went there. If you did not, I hope you enjoyed the sleep. Or both. And welcome to the second day of NP. How are you doing? Anyone who didn't get sleep enough or is not doing well? I hear a lot of coughs and sneezing. Is it because of pollen or something? Okay. We will start today with some announcements from the OC. Where is OC?
Please take a seat. Okay, so good morning everyone. I hope that you had a nice time yesterday at the Gradska Havana. For those of you who haven't been there, I hope that you had a nice sleep and that you are rested for today. Some things that I need to tell you is that today the group photo will be taken across this building on this nice park that we have in our complex. Please follow the chat because there will be messages about lunch and dinner if there will maybe be delays or something. Please also, when you are going outside, please close the doors because today we turned on the heating, so please close the door. And yeah, that's all. Thank you.
Okay. I did not see any reactions from when two people asked, how are you doing? Okay, you're not cheered up or anything, so how about Energizer? Yes! Okay, please. The most energetic stocks guy.
Okay. Hello, people. How are you? Good morning. How about we all stand up a bit? Yes, let's go. Well, today we are gonna play a game you all know, Simon Says. That's a very popular game. So for those who might not know, basically when I say Simon Says, you do the action. If I don't say Simon Says, you don't do the action. Okay, so let's start. Can we get some music? Put some music. I don't know. No? Okay, so for starters, Simon Says, tap your head. Okay, Simon Says, put your finger up to the nose. Okay, great, you all got it. Okay, Simon Says, stop your knees. Simon Says, jump. Jump. You're all out. You're all out. Okay, Simon Says, touch your head. Touch your nose. Okay, all of the people who made a mistake, sit down. Okay. Simon Says, touch your head. Touch your ear. Touch your head. Touch your ear. Okay, cool. Let's go. Touch your nose. Simon Says jump. Simon Says jump. What was that? Sit down. Okay. Simon Says touch your head. Touch your nose. Sit down. Stop. You should continue.
Yeah. Simon didn't say.
Simon didn't say anything. Simon Says touch your knees. Jump. Sit down. I didn't say Simon Says. Okay, cool. Is that enough? Yes. Good job. You can keep it for the day.
sleepy in their rooms or not. So we will start with the quorum checks again. We'll take attendance in short. So can I have a yes from ESN Čakovec?
Here.
From ESN Dubrovnik?
Yes.
ESN Osijek?
Here.
ESN Rijeka?
Here.
ESN Split?
Here.
ESN Zadar?
Here.
And ESN Zagreb?
Here.
Okay. Are you lying or are you already here? Okay. Great. So everyone's here. Now I would like to have. Okay.
So, I'm proposing a change of agenda because we have Marta and Maya here, so maybe they can answer your questions from yesterday. And also, if you have any additional questions, we're going to open the Slido and you can ask the questions. So the change is, can you open the Saturday proposal, please? To add this 10-minute question round right now. And in order to accept it, the assembly needs to vote on it.
Is there anyone who opposes? Can raise their hands. Okay, I see no hands. So the proposal change is accepted. And this is the question round. So is it supposed to be decided?
Can we read the questions that were asked yesterday?
Yeah, it's not so.
Yeah.
I'm also sending the report to the group so you can refresh your memory.
Event manager.
Yeah.
Questions? Okay, you can ask the questions if you want, straight up.
I didn't have a question.
Okay.
I was just.
Okay.
So my question was, the first one was a suggestion to send the feedback. I know it was not like your duty because you're not the one that organized the summer sea, but for the winter sea, there were definitely some people that had some input. So it would maybe be nice to have that like next year in case something similar happens. And the second question is a question actually. What is your suggestion for the next winter sea? Would you keep the same format? Or, and what are you going to do if you stay in the position for until the next time?
Thank you for your feedback and for your question. Regarding next year, if I stay on the position, I think I'll still be up for some kind of experimenting. Okay.
Hello?
Okay. So about that next year plans, if I stay on the position, I'm still up for some experimenting. It doesn't have to be this format, but I will try to find that right winter sea for the next future years. So definitely it doesn't have to be that kind of an event, but I think We will need more feedback from the whole network, and also it depends on the future OC and depends on national board also. And we will find some solution for the winter one. Is there something else? Okay. Great.
Question by Marta.
For the event manager, maybe say what could have been done better in organizing the winter seat. As I'm aware, we haven't organized it in a while, and do you think it should be organized next year? And what would you maybe change?
Thank you for your question. We also changed some parts in event policy paper. So for the next year, in summer, it will be the open call for organizing committee for the winter sea. So I think that's a huge change since you have more time to organize everything and prepare until welcome weeks. So I think that's the best thing that we should try to implement for the next year, since most of Erasmus students are active during welcome weeks. So try to do that again as well as we did for the summer sea. And for the location, well, I'm not sure. I think it's kind of a special format because it's not for everybody. So maybe we can also brainstorm a little bit more to find some other solution which will be maybe interesting for more people, let's say. So I don't know about the location. It's pretty nice, but still we need to think about it more.
Any more questions for her?
Yes, there is some on the slide.
Okay.
Did you put now a new question?
Okay.
Maybe Marta can answer this one.
Okay,
But
then
yeah,
let's just go
let's-
through the previous
let's,
question.
Let's Marta answer one or two questions and then we can go through it.
Yeah.
Yeah. For Renard, Anya.
Yes,
That's not a question, it's a
you
suggestion.
have a question?
I had a question yesterday, but I'm now confused because I have some questions here on slide.
Keep there.
Okay, I don't see the far.
It's
But I made yesterday from Marta, do we know the exact numbers of volunteers of this and Croatia going to international events? And are those people also making reports about international events?
So my goal was for everyone, for the LDs to report to me how people are doing, but I know they have a lot of work and that was not one of the priorities this year. But I did manage to, for this year, unfortunately and gratefully for me, not a lot of people went on international events. So, I mean, unfortunately, I tried to push people to go more. So I did keep track on who went on other MAs, and I know who went on CEP and EGM and stuff like that, because it was not a lot of people. I try to encourage people to write me a report or to send me at least pictures so I can have like proof. But I didn't put it like mandatory. That was my problem. But for next year, if I get elected, I for sure will have a better system, either to directly ask the LB just to send me, do you know this month who went on which international event? So I can keep better track and then have mandatory, not maybe reports, but at least pictures and some feedback on what they learned and what can we implement in Croatia.
have questions for Marta. Which
Okay, I can read it if you want, but two questions. First, how has communication with Noavi this year, and have there been any changes in that area? I mean, about communication, you said about the changes to the schedule and everything, but I personally want to know how the communication with Goran and the team has been.
Communication with Goran is kind of similar, but we have also a group already with some other people that are involved in some other segments. Josipa also, I don't know, she's for marketing, and I forgot to name one guy also, but I'm not sure. But for now, not Luca. And what did you say? No, not yet. But yeah, we have that group, and also I communicate separately with Goran, but he replies fast, let's say. So it's okay for now. We don't have any troubles. We don't have to wait for a long time for some important stuff. That's what's really important.
And the second question is also related to what we talked about during the split. Can you please explain why the C monthly reports haven't been sent into the network?
I actually don't have any explanation for that. I did send one report, I think, in December, but I don't know. I don't know what I didn't do, because we also sent our reports from the national level, and I don't know. I think that maybe it should be for 2 months or 3 months, or maybe 2 months, because in 1 month maybe there is not much things to mention for network, let's say. But maybe as a proposal to make it different and make it I think twice per semester would be okay. I mean, with enough information for everyone. Yeah. Sorry.
Can I just...
some follow-up question? Or?
No, happy about
Oh, great.
just a suggestion that after the MP, you send a report with the current date. Thank you.
We have a question by Luca to Marta. Yes.
Yeah, if someone who is considering an opposition, what would you say to them that a key responsibility of an NR is?
So I would think the NR has like two main focuses. One is representing Croatia on either international or national events, representing what we do on different calls, representing to not just international but also nationally for the volunteers to see what we're doing, and processes how we do it. And the second part would be the support of the president, or in our case, taking the president portfolio. So that would also include calls and support and reports and stuff like that, and helping with sections with questionnaires and stuff like that.
Next question also. Yes.
Mine is a follow-up. I don't know which finger is it.
Yeah. I'm sure.
Does that mean that Croatia will not abolish the position of NR in the future?
Okay. For now, no, because it works for us. It worked out this year. If in the future we decided it's not needed, it will change. But for now, I think it works. I know it works.
Last question by Anna. Okay, more.
Okay, so Marta, you've been to GM this year, you've been as the BL. So firstly, how would you say the EGM went? And issue one delegation. And as the delegation leader for the GM, what would you suggest that a delegation leader needs to focus on the most for that specific event?
EGM this year, considering my delegation went great, I knew exactly, it sounds weird, I knew exactly where they are at every moment. They were on time, every time. They were morning plenaries, they followed every session. They went on after social program, they behaved perfectly, so I have nothing to say bad about them, so thankfully my job was easy regarding that. Yes, ma'am. What would I say to focus on? I have to say the Excel sheets you made actually last year helped a lot, so I just copied yours, and helped with the planning of Expo, who will go on which time, and to know where each of us is on some workshops, and just reminding them about deadlines and stuff like that. I think that's really important. And having the prep calls and prep documents about everything they should know. Look.
Yeah, just to clarify why I'm asking this question. So, since a lot of countries abolish this position of NR, I just want to clarify what is different from representation of NR and the president, because I just want to see how it fits in Croatia and how would you justify for having this position.
Yeah, I agree. This year, because after January we didn't have a president, so my position kind of got mixed up, so I agree with you. But in our case, at the start we kind of structure it in a way that I handle all the ESM stuff, and the president focus more on universities, AMPEU and stuff like that, more with education officer.
And okay, but why do then education officer and president have such a divide? Because we opened the position for education officer specifically to handle the AMPEU and university stuff. And education officer is in the board, which is, very high position, I would say.
I can actually explain that education officer is in the board because it looks better for AMPO. That's easy. Otherwise, he would be in board support.
Okay, yeah.
Okay, any more questions to that? No? Perfect. Then we go to next section of we will have updates on, because most of you are from local or national levels, and you would like to know what's going on international level. So we have NR. Please update.
Okay, let's see what's going on international level. What happened on international events since the last NA split? First of all, we had, that's it. One more. Yep. We had GA meeting in Thessaloniki. This year we had 122 participants from 45 voting national organizations. There were 3 amendments that were voted on. The first one was also the amendment process of the grandfathered events, which was approved. Then the correction of terminology of document references and the correction of regional platforms. Also the budget for 2025, and the auto GA was chosen as GA Work Club. And good thing for us, EGM 2026, there was none of candidates were elected. Okay, this is wow. And Kazakh International Club as a candidate session of ESN Azerbaijan was approved. Then we had an extraordinary GA that was online. There was also 2 amendments that were voted on regarding the statutes, proposed by the board that was approved. Both of them were proposed by the board and approved. And revised board task description proposed by the board was also approved. Then we had community meetings in Porto. This is exactly why I said next year I'm going to need pictures so we can encourage more people to go to community meetings, because unfortunately I have no pictures. But this year they happened in Porto. Who knows where it happened last year? Okay. Any more? It wasn't like it. Okay. Then we had Educate Starter. This year we had actually 2 people from ESN Zaire that came. They went on Educate Starter. For those of you who don't know, I talked about it more in Split, but Educate is a training program that builds international pool of skilled trainers, equipped to design and deliver workshops and training events. It empowers volunteers to improve their work on ESM by applying non-formal education methods. Then we have EGM on corner. There's some pictures, I don't see them a lot. This is our delegation. It happens last week, as if you cannot hear. Then we have GA Dubrovnik. It didn't happen, but it will happen on the 24th of April. So, what are we voting on? This year we're voting on a lot of stuff. What?
Complicated issues. That's what that.
You can guess what we're voting on. Amendment by ESN Germany. I'm going to go more into details on the next workshop with the presidents, because we're actually going to go by each stuff and see how we feel, what are we voting, because it's not just me or Mati who's voting, it's all of us. So I'm just going to go briefly on here what we voted for. For those of you who don't know, GA General Assembly is like this year in Dubrovnik is the voting one. So we have a lot of them, and in Thessaloniki were just amendments and the statutes. So regarding the statutes, we are voting on amendments by ES in Germany. Regarding the plans and reports, we are voting on very important vision and strategy priorities, 2025 to 2031, 3-year strategy. They were all actually also doing immigration, the action plan, financial and audit reports, and policy updates, events policy paper amendments, oh my god, elections, the board elections, arbitration board, audit commission, chairing team, and something else.
GA and EGA.
Yeah, that was EGM. We're not talking. What it was.
No discussion.
No discussion. Really? So many things. There's not even space for it. That's how many things we're working on. So, I mean, I had more. But never mind. Okay. Yes.
If you want, I can open the.
No, it's fine. Like I said, I will go into detail more with the president about each stuff and about each point, and you can see all those information in the SMVK if you are not in my community later, or you can ask the board there. But yeah, these are all the things. Okay, that's me.
No,
We don't present that.
no, kopija GA Dubrovnik. Kopija GA Dubrovnik.
Kopija GA Dubrovnik. Uđemo i... Samo uđemo i... Da. Thank you.
Neko, kao što je recimo lokal i
Hello everyone. Today Anna and I will present you a little bit what will happen in Dubrovnik as we are having GA in the last weekend of April. I don't know if you know what a GA is, so we will first present you a little bit about that. So the easiest explanation would be that you imagine GA as a National Assembly. So in National Assembly we have local sections that are gathering, discussing and voting, and in the General Assembly we have national organizations, ESN organizations that are part of ESN International. So all of the 45 countries, representatives will gather in Dubrovnik, and then we will discuss the topics that are presented, and they will vote on it. So it's the highest decision-making body of ESN. And it happens twice a year, same as the National Assembly, one in autumn, and then spring one is the elective one. And the next one is in Dubrovnik. So to start, I will first like to present the people that were working on this GA, or as we like to call it, my circles of hell. You have me as a head of OC, and Anna that is a vice head, and this is her facial reaction every time she needs to speak with the Nicoletta from student dormitory. And we have Antonio as our finance girlie, who had every mental breakdown every time that we changed the budget. Bojo, that he thinks he's, I don't know, event manager, but he's actually grant manager. And we have Magdalena from ESN Split, that was partnership manager. Then we have our CM ladies, Lucia from ESN Zagreb, she is the communication manager, and Laura, our current communication manager of ESN Croatia, is vice communication manager. And we have Lucia from ESN Zagreb, that is volunteer coordinator, and our good lady Carla from ESN Dubrovnik, that is responsible for social program. And now regarding the accommodation, if you have ever been to the National Assembly in Dubrovnik, then you actually know how it's going to look like. The accommodation we will have in the student dormitory, and the venue on Friday we will also be in the student dormitory, but then on Saturday and Sunday we will change the venue, so we will have it at the University of Dubrovnik. And now regarding the program, we will open the GA on Thursday evening, and in the beginning we will have registration so that on Friday we can start sharply with the agenda. And we will have as well opening ceremony, we will have speeches from us and I don't know, people we're going to invite. Like from the IRO and the student dormitory, maybe touristic board, and also like some traditional touch to the evening. And after that, we will have dinner in the student dormitory, and then the participants will have free time. On Friday, we will have the agenda at the venue in the student dormitory. Lunch and dinner will also be served there, and then we will have a chill night because they need to be sharp for the Saturday since it's the presentations. We will have it at Cafe Bar level. And then on Saturday again, they will have breakfast in the student dormitory, and then the agenda will be at the University of Dubrovnik. Lunch will be served at the University of Dubrovnik, but we will deliver it from the student dormitory there. And the dinner will be in the student dormitory, and the night program again is going to be more like a chill night in Esperanza Bar. And then on Saturday, again, we will have the agenda at University of Dubrovnik. It's day where the participants will vote on the topics in the agenda, and the lunch again will be delivered from the student dormitory to the venue.
And we will have a gala dinner at Lazareti together with Drink More water party. And now money talk will do Anna.
So I'm here to talk a little bit about money and then also volunteers. So currently, this is the status that we have on the participation fees. We have 157 participants, but 153 paid participation fees. This is what I mentioned yesterday. There is a sense for ESN Croatia to pay Croatia. We have 24,480 euros from that. The tourist board gave us 1,200 euros. The student council gave euros. ESN Split is graciously paying for the accommodation and transport of their volunteers, and we have agreed that they will give 900 euros to ESN Croatia for that matter. Now you see some things in some different colors. Here, those are still not set. So ESN Split is currently fundraising, and ESN Zagreb is currently fundraising, as you graciously also mentioned yesterday. Split has had one tombola on Tuesday and collected 250 euros. We're hoping for another 150 euros next Tuesday, so in 2 days. And I approximated Zagreb's income by comparing it to Split's. I don't know if it will be like that. So I'm just being hopeful. ESN Croatia has also predicted in the budget 600 euros to add on in case it's needed, and I will be talking with Sara from ESN Dubrovnik about Dubrovnik's contribution to the event. As for what we are paying, we're paying nearly 1,700 euros for the student dormitory. Now, I tagged also 2 things here in green. You will now hear what the small problem was with the dormitory. Since we started talking with the dormitory in March of last year, we had 2 people, the person who we were communicating with changed. So there was a little bit of a mix-up because at one point in October, the first person, Matteo, decreased the number of the rooms by 16, so from 76 to 60, and that was fine because we could just make 3-person room instead of 2-person room, and we could still accommodate everybody. But the person who is working now, she understood differently and decided to decrease for Sunday another 16 rooms and told me to remove 50 people from the dorm on Sunday, and we collectively had a mental breakdown. And then when I'm going to use a word, I'm not sorry about it, when I was bitching about it to Laura Galic after EGM to update her, I realized while reading the emails that she decreased it 2 times, and I had been badgering her on Tuesday morning for 4 hours and actually managed to only move the volunteers of ESN Croatia. So on Sunday we will only be moving 15 people, and given that the situation could have been much worse, I think this is the best case scenario in that sense, and we're only paying 400 euros for that night, just for the Croatian volunteers and the board who has graciously accepted. For lunches and dinner, around 5,000 euros. We have predicted almost 2,000 euros for the gala, and name tags, t-shirts, coffee break materials, city fee. I'm not going to explain that because I apparently have no time. So currently, we are 1,000 euros in plus, and I'm hoping we could spend this on goodie bags. Free stuff that we got around 30 kilos of sweet and salty stuff from Karolina Osijek. Lana has graciously made it possible for us to have coffee. We don't know what's happening with Detox because they approved a donation but haven't responded. Drink More Water and Ampeo have also provided materials. We have 21 volunteers. Here's the list. I'm not going to talk more about it, but this is the situation that is going to be on during the agenda. That's that. See you in Dubrovnik.
If anyone
I know, but I couldn't. I wanted pictures from people.
They got pictures of us.
Yeah. Okay. That was your answer. I mean, I didn't demand it, so that was my problem. I agree, but I wanted the pictures from us so people can relate to me more. Yes, I want to go too.
What is this question?
Marta. Need to be good.
No, reports.
Good to know.
And before the second question to
And
Laura.
also Marta. It's also Marta. To be honest, I didn't know about that. That was my fault, maybe. Or
You can blame me for the lack of KP.
yeah. So Arabat's fault for the lack of KP. I really didn't know. I really didn't know. And for the GA report, I think Ivana should have sent it, but unfortunately she didn't, so I couldn't, she was still present until like January, so.
Actually, it's NR's task to send GA report.
Again, I'm not in fault. Other question?
Okay, question for Anya to Luca. It's good.
Yeah, okay. We actually have a session today about GA prep. Yes. Finish your sentence. We have a session today about prep for GA to Dubrovnik.
And that's it.
Um,
Because at that session I can see only local boards. So that means that it's going to be just national board and local boards deciding and talking about this. Not sections, but local board and national board.
It was communicated that the local boards should have a discussion with their own sections, and then on NA Čakovec we should all discuss what the sections think.
Question to Anna.
Yeah, so I'll be asking you this question, and this was my part of my role. So we did notify the AMPEU, Office of the European Parliament, European Commission, and our desk representatives 1 month after we got elected. So right away, we did the same for the University of Dubrovnik, but in the end, we also had, during the preparation, we also had the problem with the dates, because we couldn't have set the dates with IB. So it also got delayed regarding the set dates that they had to know, the Parliament, the Commission, and everyone, the institutions of Croatia have to know exact dates when something is happening. In the meantime, the Dubrovnik Expo was organized a month before, so they took most of the money. So that was the problem. So that was the only way we wasted. They all had budgetary cuts this year, and they were cut by around 30% in this segment. So all the EU institutions. Then I reached out to Eurodesk again, to Council of the EU for the first time, and they said no, because they also had the event in Dubrovnik a year before. So yeah, they were all notified on time, but because of the budgetary cuts, only AMPEU could participate with promotional materials.
Just to add, when we asked them for the financial support, they told us that we can use the money from the contract, and we didn't want to do it. We wanted to leave it for the board.
Any more questions to them, please?
Okay, I will just write it first. Okay, so I asked, what is the biggest risk in your opinion? What are you expecting that can go wrong?
At GA?
Yes.
I think the things that could go wrong already did.
Okay.
So
Don't say that.
that's like the main part. I mean,
lot of things can happen during the event, you know.
But I was just thinking, like, what would be the worst case scenario? Just
Someone get on.
Also,
Everything burns.
I don't know, someone gets a food poisoning or something. We deliver someone the food that they have allergy.
Yeah, dietary restrictions.
Okay.
If there are no more questions, we can close this. Once again, we thank them. Next, we have EMS report by Anna again.
Okay, so for those of you who haven't heard about AMS, it's the account management system. This is something fairly new being implemented, and I'm going to talk a little bit about it now. What is the AMS? The first steps for AMS have been taken in the International Board Term of 2017 to 2019, and it's about digitalizing ESN services such as ESN card, ESN accounts, ESN wiki, so it would be creating a single login point for all of those. And second step is digitalizing the ESN card itself. So the buying and the selling of the cards between all levels, students, interns, and members would be conducted specifically through this portal that is called the Accounts Management System. They are working with Droptica, who is the existing subcontractor who is currently developing this. And since the initial idea, even though this was supposed to go a little bit faster than it is going, that was due to a lot of funding issues since this idea was conceptualized. Now, about the implementation of AMS, it's going to have 3 phases. Phase 1 is beta testing, which was conducted at the community meetings in Porto, which is the reason why I'm talking about this, because I attended those beta testing since I was part of the BFC community. Within the current beta version, we tested login, role assignments, different registration procedures. There will be also different payment options. The ESN card flow and orders between levels will be, as I mentioned, conducted through this. There will be a filtering system present, so you can find somebody in the system. And I also underlined 2 things here, which I'm going to talk about that later, and that is card stock management and confirmation system. The second phase will go through in the second part of this year, and it will consist of feedback and consultations, especially tied to national legislation, to develop an onboarding plans for NOs, because membership cards are subject to the law of every ESN country separately. So ESN Croatia, ESN Serbia, ESN Germany, ESN Belgium would all have different laws tied to membership. Phase 3 would be scaling the implementation to different NOs, and the process is going to last about 5 to 6 years, during which gradually all NOs will be onboarded into the new system, and after phase 3, physical cards will no longer be available. So the idea is to go completely digital. Now, what I learned during the phase 1 beta testing, these were my notes during the session. There will be a centralized login system to buy, sell, and manage ESN cards on all levels. So cards will be ordered from the international level through the portals. It will be the same system as it is now. Local levels will be ordering cards from the national level will be ordering cards from international, and local students will be buying from the local sections. It will also serve as a database, and you will be able to export the data to use for your needs. It's going to also be easier to process and authenticate students. I'm going to talk about this authentication a little bit. Also, confirm and manage active ESN cards. The platform will be fully compliant with GDPR policies, so it will give extra protections to NOs and sections in that area. Now, we come to the tricky part. Sections and universities. Each section will have to declare which university or universities they are working with, and they will be only able to sell cards to students from said universities. So a university can only work with one section, but one section can work with multiple universities. So e.g. a student from Međimursko veleučilište can only see ESN Čakovec as an option to buy the card from. They would not be seeing University Sjever or anything like that. Unattached university, e.g. University of Pula, they will only be able to buy cards from national organizations. So ESN Rijeka would not be able to sell cards to people from University in Pula. They would be ordering it from ESN Croatia. Now, that has some legal implications for us because of membership, because ESN Croatia does not have physical people defined as members, and this would imply that they would have to be, so it implies statutory changes for ESN Croatia. Now, the second little bit that I found slightly problematic, when applying, students will have to input proof of studying or internship, and every student will need to be verified manually. So somebody, ESN card manager, partnership manager, or somebody like that. If you have 500, let's say Zagreb has 400 or 500 students, and all of them buy ESN card, partnership manager would have to go manually through every application, check if they truly uploaded the proof, and then verify to sell the ESN card, which, in my opinion, is very problematic. Very, very problematic. Card stock management, partnership and ESN card manager will have to keep track of ESN card numbers through the system. This will, however, be automatic. So after an ESN card is assigned to somebody, it is automatically taken out of the stock. And there will be multiple options for payment, card, bank transfer, and cash. And later there are also plans to introduce alternative forms of payment, such as Apple Pay, Google Pay, and similar. What does this mean for us? Three things. First, ESN Croatia and the sections will need to explore relevant legislation, look into specific options that we have, prepare the documentation that we would have to provide to ESN International within the feedback, so they can adjust the system for ESN Croatia and the sections how it suits them. You would have to have contracts with higher education institutions due to GDPR compliance needs. And you would have to be investing in IT knowledge because it is impossible for just ESN International to keep up the system. And that was that.
Questions? Yes.
Luka Schulz asked about verifying students and why.
I just want to clarify, like, is this something in our law, or this is like a GDPR, or this is just like a system problem?
No, I actually asked this same question because I thought it was insane. And Darin explained that this is due to the thing that the section and the university, so one section can work with multiple universities, but one university can only work with one section, that they're setting that up as a rule, because that was, so far it only had ESN card recommendations. So basically they're trying to stop somebody from Pula to apply to buy ESN Rijeka card instead of ESN Croatia card. So there will be no profit loss in a way, because this is due to larger countries, such, for example, ESN Italy has 6 sections in Milano. And the Milano sections were afraid that other sections would poach their people, for example.
This is insane, and it should be totally optional. Like, you have to tell them that they have to make this optional for every NGO.
You are IPCOM, you have to tell them.
What the?
Just one also side comment. Imagine I'm from Zagreb and I go to do my exchange in Madrid, but they never buy a car there. I will buy it from Zagreb.
Yeah, I mean,
What then? What then?
I already have
That
the.
happened in Madrid, those are the other people that happened in Zagreb.
Yeah, exactly. And now with the numbers.
Also, this is a way to mitigate the problem of people buying multiple ESN cards, because for some sections and some NOs, if you are an ESNer already, say for Italy and Portugal, they have internal systems with ESN card numbers. It is their legislation. So if you want to join their events, you have to have an ESN Portugal or an ESN Italy card. So this would also mitigate that because you would already have an ESN card number in a centralized system. And that way you don't have to buy a double ESN card.
I mean, but this is a huge problem even even for any country, but I can tell you for Zagreb, you cannot provide proof of like where you're at.
Acceptance letter.
Huh?
Erasmus acceptance letter.
Yeah.
X card picture.
But we all know that bureaucracy doesn't work always that good. Like sometimes
You get your acceptance letter 4 months before you come to the city. So this would also imply that you can buy the card in advance. Don't get me wrong, I think the verification system is stupid because it's not attainable.
Can I clarify some questions I have here? Because
Can I just say something? That we are volunteers. We do so much, and they want one person. I don't know.
Can I say?
It's one person for one team. So wait.
I can clarify these questions because the rules of ESN cards are if you're studying, if you are a volunteer in ESN, if you are doing traineeship, which is related to ESC, Erasmus Plus or Erasmus Plus Practicum, you can get an ESN card.
Yeah, but I just want to elaborate. So if let's say a student from Italy comes to do an internship in Zagreb, but not through the University of Zagreb, do they have
There is an internship option.
there is an internship.
You select the city.
Okay. No, because it said that you have to specifically state the university, but what if it's not through the university?
I didn't verify for extra categories. So the volunteers who are not students, they don't have a member tab. The students who are doing an internship will have an internship options, and bodies are a category also in some statutes, and they will also likely have an option for that, but that is something to put in the feedback. I've only attended the beta phase testing, so I don't know the answer to all of these questions. I wanted to make you aware of the information so you know what to put in the feedback and what to provide to international level.
Before we continue with this question, should be the Slido. So wait for the turns and ask. But also, since we are a little bit running out of time in this case, it would be nice to put questions in Slido and she can answer some other way. And also, since this is a beta test, so probably if we put forward our links to international boards, they can take appropriate actions on that and find out there is discrepancies on these things. So I would say we can postpone this question round to next month, or are we?
No, it's okay. Just ask to close the speaker list. There are no more questions.
We can close the speaker system for now.
Does anybody oppose?
I mean, it's a beta test, so.
No, it's okay. We can finish the questions, but if there are no more people writing the questions down, we close the speakers list and no more new questions there.
These questions are answered more or less, right?
The first three.
Okay.
Can you delete the questions that were answered? That's Luca, Carla, and Daniela. And Katarina.
Use Slido, please.
Okay, so ESN card no longer a card. Thank you for the question. So this is also in the goal of environmental sustainability because the card, it's a lot of plastic, especially the little cover part, which is not recyclable. And this would also mitigate the costs of shipping. It would also mitigate the problems of disseminating the card within the NO because it has to come to one person, and then from that one person it has to be sent everywhere. And a lot of other associations have gone digital already, so you would have the card as a digital form of the card. You would be able to present it that way.
So is it like, will they change maybe the concept for marketing of it? Because it's the ESN card, I mean, yeah, there are digital cards, but maybe it doesn't make sense anymore. It's at the value of the card, you know?
Card.
Imagine if something's called ESN card
No.
and it's a picture.
You can keep the question, please.
This is something I don't know, and this is potentially another thing to put in the feedback. There is no stupid comments or questions. Put everything in the feedback to the national level when the consultation is being done, so they can provide it to international, and the more stuff you put in feedback, the better the product will be. No, it's a
Okay, follow.
Feedback will be organized by international board to national level, and then your national board will have a designated feedback time.
There is also an email sent to the network about the AMS concept note. So there is a document where you can read more about it. So you can answer also in that thread if you want to send emails, comments, or whatever. It was sent the number.
Okay, I answered the question about buddies, and for the last question, is this the first time the topic has been brought to the network as part of 2 previous mandates? No, this is not the first time. We talked about it 2 MPs ago, very briefly, because we didn't have information about the webmaster. I don't know, maybe Luca wants to add an answer.
Okay. About the buddies, it's written on the lesson card website. You can actually do it. It's written there. So
yeah,
perfect. So I know a lot of questions are there, a lot of thoughts popping up, but it's still a phase which is in readiness, so we can hope for the better times.
I'll also put this topic on the parking lot, so if you want to discuss more about it later, we can.
Perfect. Thank you.
I don't think Anya's second question was answered.
No, the answer was no.
Ah, okay, sorry.
Next we have a study visit report by the Vice President.
Okay, now it's time for the study visit report, and basically what it is, why are we doing this? This is a bit of a timeline on how if the association, an external one, wants to become a part of our network, aka a member of ESN Croatia, then what happens, and I'm going to explain this throughout the example of, actually this is a typo, it's Korak Zdravlja, I'm sorry. So basically what happened, during NA Osijek, Korak Zdravlja came and presented what they're doing, how they organize themselves. Just a little bit before that, they got into touch with Lucia, the president of ESN Čakovec, and then they basically created the organization. After that, there was this period of when the association needs to send the application, and we as MV receive the application. It's basically all of the registries. We have also application form of our own, the internal one. And then during MV split, they got the chance to present their candidacy if the application is valid, and it was, and they got elected as a candidate section. Now, as a candidate section, before they get elected as a full section and a part of the network, we need to do the study visit. This was a bit after the deadline, unfortunately, but it was done, and it looked like this. So basically, it was me who were conducting the study visit. I was accompanied with Lara and also the volunteers of Korak Zdravlja. It happened on 20th of March this year. So how did they look like? we had a meeting with Lara and the volunteers, the small lunch break, and then small session for volunteers, and then there was a presentation for the uni people. There were two prorectors and one person from their ERO. Okay, so these are some of the pictures. They have a lot of cats everywhere. It's super cute. This was the presentation for the uni people and the ERO, the lunch break, the uni itself, and the session for volunteers. So basically, how this report is going to look like is going to cover these 7 fields. Basically, the way we do this, we have a template on ESN Croatia. I did not create this. These were some people before me. The report is very extensive. Sorry? It's from ESN International. Okay, but it's not my report, so we just implemented it. And what is important that the report is created for study visit reports for ESN sections, not for ESN candidate sections. We are yet to create this. But these are the fields I'm going to be talking about. So first, organizational management. They're legal in all 5 registries. From the documents, they have their statutes, which are valid, and they have volunteering contracts signed by every volunteer in the association. So big applause for that. Bit about the structure. For LB, it's president, vice president, and treasurer, and then for board support, it's communication manager, HR, event and body coordinator, and then CM, HR, and event have their own respective teams. But the body coordinator does not hire a team. And they have the assembly, the election, as we all do, minimum twice per year, and then if needed, online one. Regarding the HR, they currently have 25 active volunteers, which are currently being coordinated by president. If there are more in the moment, even better. The recruitment is typically done through posters. They leave up the uni. Also, they send an email via uni mailing list to approach the students this way also, and also approaching people directly, asking them if they're interested in this kind of thing, and if they see someone that might show affinity for doing such things, going directly to them. Regarding the onboarding, this is done through multiple ways. One of the ways, they also use this group informal chat, WhatsApp group for communicating, but they also utilize this as an onboarding thing. They have group meetings, and then if needed, occasionally coffee meetings and occasionally online meetings. Regarding the training, there's not a structured training structure. But the way they do their knowledge transfer is during these group meetings where they present the report, what happened, what are the next steps, they do the planning, so on and so forth. Also, they do a bit of their training via external volunteering opportunities. So for example, the president, Lara, she will be joining us later on today. She had an emergency. She, for example, identified that she wants to have more project management skills, so she applied as a volunteer for another project just to learn those skills. So I think that's really cool. Regarding the activities, I think ESN as a network currently is very much focused on this, the number of events, what kind of events are we doing. So I really want you to understand that Kolektiv Zdravlja is not in this mindset and the framework that the only thing and the most important thing we do are the events. And you're gonna see from everything all the initiatives they're doing. For the local students, this happened actually quite recently, and you can see it on their Instagram. They had international days and Erasmus days. Both of them open to the local students. Even the international students participated in this, and it was open also for all of the local community as well. And this was cool. On this event also Lucia participated from Čakovec, and she presented also a bit about ESN. And we as an NO also provided some materials which can be shared during the event. Regarding the activities for the international students, it's mostly informal coffee dates. They do the visit to the uni. They have a cool forest of food. It's basically a bunch of different trees with different fruits. It's really cool, and even people have their own names. They have their own trees. They did a quiz night and they plan to do a lot more of these. And they're also collaborating with another association called Šinterica Dobra Srca, and they're doing some volunteering with them as well. For the local community, they are participating in a project called Lecce za zdravlje, Protestant svjesnosti o pretilosti, where they went out and raised awareness. I think it was in Varaždin and Koprivnica as well. Yes, Varaždin. And then 2 events, these ones as well. Regarding stakeholders and partners, the institutional ones, the Uni Euro Student Council, they have a really good relationship with the Uni. They're really supportive, and the important thing is what I've also heard from Uni is they see this as an opportunity to promote mobility, so for both ongoing and incoming students, and they see ESN and currently Korak do Zdravlja as an amazing way to facilitate this process, because they really want to make this their priority to come more international students. For Student Council, it's connected to funding. I will get to that in the next slide. Commercially, they reached out to some partners. I think they're still awaiting response. Yes. And I also mentioned the collaboration with the association Šinterica Dobra Srca. So regarding the uni, the thing is that they don't still have a bank account, but it's not currently logical to do it yet because they're yet to wait for the results from the voting that we're doing currently. So after the results, if they get elected as a ESN Sierra, they will make an account under name ESN Sierra, and if they don't, they will create an account under name Korak do Zdravlja. So basically that's why they don't have a bank account, but that does not mean there's no money circulating. All of the things are actually paid by Uni, but it's like an indirect thing because so they're not doing like a financial plan, they're doing per activity, and so they apply the activity, the funding they need to the student council, and then they provide the financial resources. Yeah. For communication, we have internal, external. For internal, they use informal WhatsApp group, emails if needed, meetings at uni, because it's feasible, and online if needed. And then for external, they have Instagram, and I really want to applaud this. They recently put some visuals, and they're very ESN, CM, RCM said congrats. They're very pretty. Okay, so for progress, they were present at NA Osijek and the Split and now in the Čakovec. What I've seen, a fast growth, a lot of new members, a lot of new initiatives, and a lot of people that get caught in the motivation and really want to participate in the process. Regarding the initiatives, so the thing I mentioned about the international days, about the Erasmus Plus, the collaboration with the uni, I think it's outside the framework of ESN, but I would say it's so innovative that it might even gather and bring people more together. It's unique, I don't have the vocabulary. Okay, I will speed it up. And yes, the plannings, and they've been working on it to create a community of international students. Not have this ESN international students, but bring it much closer together. For the conclusion, I already mentioned the fast growth, quick progress in establishing and expanding the association, especially the legal stuff. I think that's really important. The volunteers are very ambitious. They're very open to collaboration and communication. They're ready to take feedback. They already took some feedback, and they're immensely supported by the union. Again, also I have recommendations for implementation, and that's defining the portfolios for teams and positions. Definitely unload the present portfolio. The association itself, they were notified about these recommendations. We went through it. This is just for you to know what we discussed. The onboarding process of new members, adapting strategy for event management, opening a bank account, financial plan, communication strategy. All in all, ESN Croatia gives its full support for Korak do Zdravlja Connect sections, admission for a network as ESN Sierra. And that's it.
Question number.
Now, for the question rounds, we have several questions. We have several questions. Anna.
We have a procedural.
Should they exit the room? No. This is not a global discussion.
No, maybe I was to say they keep in the room, and I already mentioned this because they're not having reported their own, because they're not sectioned yet. They can consult and add on some things that I may not know based on what they're doing internally.
I think they can also exit.
Yeah. Is that okay with you girls?
Yes. People.
President Wood actually wanted to do this, but she's currently unavailable.
Girls.
I know, but it's only girls.
How do
I
you
know. Because I know their section.
Hi girls, for those who don't know me, my name is Anna. I'm the former VP. So coordinating volunteers in ESN is usually under the vice president or HR, and I am interested why you chose to put it under the president task. I also want to clarify, if you don't know an answer to the question, you can say, I don't know, because I know Lara was supposed to do this. We know she has an emergency, it's fine.
Okay. Well, for the first grade, thank you for the question. But Lara said that she will do the volunteers. So, but we are like new in everything. So after we maybe, if we become ESN or not, after that we will make some changes. So maybe the vice president should take volunteers. And it's like because everything is new for us, so. Okay,
Thank you for the answer. Okay, secondly, I love the inclusion of local communities in events because I don't see very often inclusion of locals, the people from your cities, and similarly, usually we just work with international students or our members. So I would love to hear about the participation policy. How many people were participating, for example, in Recepts za zdravlje?
Well, this was like in Varaždin last year, but it was like, I'm not sure how to say stand, like in the city, thank you, in the city center. So it was like it was like a lot of people there. I'm not sure how much because it was like from like 10 to 12 on Saturday. So
okay, nice.
Before you can ask a question.
Yeah, so are you planning to have a bank account in the future, or your whole funding is dependent on your
No. We are planning to have a bank account, but we are not sure because when you open the bank account, you need to say, it's like Korak do zdravlja or ESN Sjever, so it will be, but it's on the way.
Yeah.
Okay.
Anna can ask.
Was my question deleted or?
Yes.
That one. So which commercial partners did you reach out to on this that you were awaiting response? And have you tried getting more partners in the youth organization category? Because
This is the question.
I don't know what I can say on that. So we reached out for the food commercial. Like we are in city of Podravka, so Podravka, Coca-Cola, involved in some of the organizations, and we wait for the response. We got. Yeah, they thanked for our reach out, and they said they're going to be more in contact with us. So. But then
how many international students are you working with?
Okay, currently I
Slovakia. So two from Slovakia are in Koprivnica and King 6 in Varaždin. So we met them in international days. So we have a coffee with them and like city visits and everything. So we have a WhatsApp group with them so they can ask our questions about it. So maybe then I think now I think.
Yes, so I was looking at the positions that you are planning to have, and how would you see managing, like, let's say, your website, Instagram, your documents? Who will be responsible for that? And is there going to be like a responsibility of a CM, or are you all going to be involved?
Well, I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure. Maybe.
Okay, let me rephrase. Like, how are you managing your documents now? How are you? What are your digital channels now?
Like Instagram, only Instagram and email. So.
Okay.
Tumate?
So, Tumate, I know it's not obligatory in Croatia to send a report, but I think it would minimize the questions that the girls are also getting now, because how many international students do you have, which partners? It could have been an email. So I'm wondering why the report was not sent to the meetings, because I believe that people from the network, even though they are not in this plenary room right now, should have been informed about your section visit, study visit, sorry.
I agree. I mean, we're going to send this presentation. I mean, the presentations are going to be linked, but I can also link the document itself in when we're going to be adding the report. I didn't think about it, honestly, I forgot. Yeah.
I would personally prefer it as a separate email.
Okay, yeah, we can do a separate email.
Thank you.
Okay, sorry, anonymous question is mine. Anna Maria Penka, treasurer of the ESN Čakovec, and we were just wondering why is the name Sjever and not Koprivnica, because all of the section and most of the section have the name by the city that they are in.
Okay, because I'm not sure if you know, but University North is like in Koprivnica and also in Varaždin. So if we name ESN Koprivnica, it will be not fair because our rector is in Varaždin. So also we have some volunteers from Varaždin, so it's like University North. Sorry, ESN North or ESN Sjever.
It's also a common practice in ESN to name it after the university.
It's more common.
Yeah. Yeah.
Only in Croatia.
Yeah. Yeah.
Zagreb University.
Yeah, I was just wondering about your financing, because you mentioned it's like on a short-term basis. So we were decided, we do it more so like for a financial report on an annual level, because obviously we need financing for events like this and so on. So I was just wondering, I'm not going to ask the numbers, but like for what specifically do you ask for financing for? Like what does it go towards? And do you think it would work like that in the future?
No.
Because you said that you have such a good relationship with your university, which sometimes is not the case with others. So do you think that they would, let's say, if you ask them for additional financing for like participation, would they allow you?
Well, yes, because everything university paid for this and to be here, but we need to write down everything what we do and ask for, I'm not sure how to say studentski sport. Student council. Thank you, student council, and they approved us. So for every workshop, every travel, we need just do the report. But after, if we become ESN, we will get some money, and then, or I hope so for you from university, so we can manage everything. But now we are only, we're not so connected with the university because we are Udruga Association. Yes, thank you. I'm a bit nervous, so Croatian English. Thank you, and
So, like, for what events did you specifically ask? Like, what's the financing?
like this for obesity, every travel, every make some. Also, we work with university, we have some meetings there Also, I think, I hope so that maybe.
All the platforms that you
Yes, all the platforms, OSIC, SLIP, and Čakovec, the university finance this.
All right. If we do not have further questions, we can close this list. And yeah, thank you. We have strategy of using Croatia. It will be a big long session, so John.
I don't promote it like that. It's a very important session.
It's a very important session.
A lot of work.
Okay, people, can I have your attention? I'm going to be presenting for 5 minutes, and then you're off to the more interactive part of the session, okay? So basically, I want to introduce what are we doing, what are we doing, and why is it so important, and why this particular MB is so important. I took an example of ESN International because they have this nice graphic. Just to explain like basics of strategic management. So, as Marta already mentioned, there's something called vision, and you already know this. This is by this year, ESN will become this and this. And organizations have this. The national organizations, some of the national organizations, and ESN International also has this. Currently, this is being revised. There is a proposal for the new vision and both strategic priorities. So, when you disassemble the vision, you will see the fields of it, and I would say these are called strategic priorities. Then this is all again divided into two parts for this example. 2-3 year strategies. We're gonna vote on this 3-year strategy, and then in this strategy, it's much more defined the things that are in our vision. So if we say by 2030 we want to support 2 million Erasmus people, then maybe here it will be 1 million, here 1 million, and then we define how we want to support them, what kind of support, so on and so forth. And then furthermore, this is even more operationalized in the action plans that are being done per year. ESN Croatia does this twice per year, so we do this like every 6 months basically. And also this GA, we're voting on this action plan. For ESN Croatia, I don't think I have the visual. Basically, we only have this 3-year strategy. I mean, some analysts don't even have this 3-year strategy, so I think that is a really nice thing to have, in which we define where we see ESN Croatia in 3 years. So currently, this is the old strategy, so it was like valid until the end of, it's still valid until the end of 2025. And now we're doing the new one for 2026 till 2028. This is the content of the old strategies. So this was done by Gorgo, Ana Batinic, Katarina, and all of these people. The important thing is they did the SWOT analysis. This is something we did not do. We did the consultations with the section during the LBM and internal analysis. And then these are the strategic goals. This is the core of this strategy. What you will see around you is this part, strategic goals. There. These are the 6 strategic goals or like strategic priorities that we want to set for the new strategy. This is just a draft. So basically, we already did this. Now we're presenting the first draft, and we want to get the first feedback from you people. So don't forget, this is the first draft. We're going to have even more consultations, proofreading, second draft, translation, so on and so forth. This is done in Croatian, and then when everything is finalized, we're going to translate it into English. And then at next MP, the assembly will vote on strategy. So, except for the consultations, first I'm going to share a bit of the vision. So this is the vision for the new strategy. Don't ask me about the numbers. I don't know how I got it. I got the old numbers from old strategy, did some brainstorming, but for this I'm gonna need consultation of the people that are involved with education field. So this is the vision basically. You can read it out. By 2028, ES and Croatia will be a key organization in the field of mobility.
No.
Something happened.
Will it be?
So key organization in the field of mobility, supporting 20,000 young people and providing opportunities for personal and professional growth and active participation in the development of society. You can see here some buzzwords, some key points, and these are what we call strategic priorities. And for this session, I'm going to need your feedback on these strategic priorities and their respective goals, because they're even more like debunked. They have a lot of it. So the strategic priorities are mobility and support, development, governance, visibility and identity, participation, and financial sustainability and partnerships. I also want to mention that a lot of our strategy has been based on the ESN international proposal of new strategy. And if you have time, it's really, really good. Like, it's really, really good. So we also try to implement some of their things and see how we can translate that framework to fit into what we need. So these are the general strategic goals, just so you can get like a vision of it. And these will be written down like at the beginning of each paper, each station. And then further on, each strategic goal is like divided into several like categories. This might sound complicated, but basically it's a top-bottom approach. And after that, we're doing action plans, and then actions of a national level. Position holders are based on it. So what we're going to do now is I'm going to separate you into 6 groups. And on each station, we're going to be for 9 minutes. You will see some post-its, you will see some pens, and what I want you to read the strategy. That's the quiet ones are from yesterday. I want you to take feedback, give feedback on the post-its, and then tape it next to it. It would be even better if you could do it in the level of where it is, so that the other people can find it as well, and then just add on to it. Is that simple? Is that clear? Any questions? We will not have a question round after this, so yes.
Not for the exercise, but in general. Okay. Is it allowed or not?
For now, yeah.
Why do you think that you need to have a separate vision for national organization when we have an overarching ESN line?
No, I don't think, honestly, I don't know. For this vision, I'm the most in the blue. So I'm very much open to, I mean, if it's okay, can we copy your, from ESN International? Yes? I don't know who was first.
Anja.
Oh, I actually have
A pusti ona, neko malo.
Yes.
It's on slide, but you would like to...
I wanted to say that while ESN International does have a vision, ESN Croatia has had its own vision to see where ESN Croatia is going to be within the next 50 years within the vision of ESN International. So that's why we had it in the last 2 visions. It is up to the current board and section to decide if we need one now.
I mean, yeah,
We can talk about it.
Does the vision apply only to the Erasmus people or all young people?
Aha, that's a good question. Actually, well, you will see more of this in the goals itself. It's it's kind of mixed, but I would say the emphasis is on the international people. It's you.
Why we don't like promote the Erasmus for all of them and then to see the kids in us for education?
The answer is because it's not just international students, it's also like other people that are contributing and involved in this process as well. If that answers that, I don't know if I understood correctly, but I see some hands. Is that a replica or a? Is that a replica? Yeah.
students as a whole, because ESN is not only for Erasmus students or incoming students, it's also an organization that promotes mobility for local students, and we see in Croatia that there isn't many opportunities for local students to learn. So I think the focus should be equally towards incoming students, but also local students when promoting mobility.
When I say international students, it's outgoing students. But why I would not use the word students, it's because, you know, in ESN we also have people that are not students anymore. So that's why. And
So I thought you
yes.
referred international students as incoming.
Yeah. Okay, maybe we can be quick about this.
This is the
Okay.
Okay, just to add up to yours, when you mentioned the young people in general, then you can add it to the main point of mobility and support, or in the participation that ESN should be more inclusive when it comes to the youth in general, that we should do some workshops for the youth, not only for the individual youngsters. So you can put it in the point 5 or point 1, or where you think it fits.
So the strategy itself encompasses all of the groups that we mentioned. So students, young people, interns, etc. That can all be put into those three categories. The students, young people, interns, all the people that we work with. And the vision is a short where we are going with the strategy. So if you are looking to that, maybe put students, young people.
Yeah, but my objective is not for this session to discuss about the vision itself. I can include it later based also on the strategic priorities, and we'll have additional conversation with this, because I'm the most in the blue about this, but I will gather the feedback. So now we can start. Okay, how much time do we have until the end of the 15?
15.
Aha, okay.
You gave
Then we can do 9 minutes as proposed, yeah. So each group will have 9 minutes. Ooh. Let's do it like this. No, because there are 10 study families, and I need 6 groups. 1, 2, 3, people please look at me. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3. Okay, who was the 6th last 6? Ivan. Okay, so
5. No, 1.
So 1.
You're supposed to remember your number as well.
So, no. That's not what I'm doing. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay, is everything clear? So we're going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. And every 8 minutes we rotate.
Which numbers are we? Okay,
You can join whatever. I need one person coordinating this.
Okay. You guys both have fun. This is going to be a break at the stream.
Oh.
Yeah, especially when we let it go away with
Mogu je to na ovome, da ne moram kad već osjećam grlo.
Možeš, da.
1 minute left, people.
Da se samo pozitivno govori, a ne negativno.
Okay, people, now it's time for a change. We rotate clockwise. So this group comes here and like that. Amazing. And you have additional. Well, the time. many people change?
Sad sam malo bolje spada nego jučer. Da. Joj, jučer.
Mate, mate. Da. Nije, tu nije.
Thank you, man.
Ako
Okay, people change. Okay, people, last change.
don't think of like that.
Okay, people, thank you for the contribution. It's coffee break time. 20 minutes.
And 2 hours. Hello, hello. Can everyone get back to their seats, please? Thank you. Everyone, coffee break is over.
So many of these random gadgets. It's a webcam.
Okay, people, before we move on, first we have some OC announcements. So we can start with that. Regarding the lunch. You want to do it, Maria?
Okay, just some technical things about the lunch. The lunch is going to be at the same venue as yesterday, where was dinner. So there was a little bit of complications with the tray and with the garbage. So please, you will get again tray with the soup, salad, and main dish with the side dish. So when you are done, you and your squad from the table, please gather all the Tupperware. It's going to be again those plastic styrofoam, and just get it all one into another. They can go into one another. And you will leave it on the card where the juice were, and juice will be somewhere else. So it will be just a little bit more practical for us when we are throwing away garbage, because yesterday we made like 4 bags of garbage, and technically it could go into one. So that was just like our little request for a little bit more practical garbage waste. Okay, that's it. And see you at the lunch.
Thank you. Okay. So as you can see, now we have the parallel sessions. I'm just gonna explain a bit of logistics. For these 2 sessions, you will now hear the speakers about their session, and then you get to choose which session you want to attend. One session, Anya's session, will be held here, and for the other session, you will follow the girls to where they're going. Is that clear? Okay, so now I will ask the presenters to come here to explain about the sessions.
Okay, my session will be generally a bit about HR, but also I'm very interested in how you're doing HR in your own sessions. So we'll talk about being a vice president versus HR manager and what should the HR manager do. Okay? Just keep your expectations very, very realistic, because we have 1 hour and 15 minutes. I cannot solve all of your HR problems, but we can discuss them.
Okay, and for the second workshop, Maida and I will be talking about event planning, and after that about the ESN brand and how to connect those two. So if you're interested in that, you can join us.
Okay. That's it. So you can find Anna Maria, and she will lead you to the room where you're going. Yeah, not you.
So people that are going for Anna Maria and Maida's session, you can follow the girls. And for those staying for Anya's session, it will be held here, so you just stay here.
Now it's okay that I hold it in equation
because you're not participating, right?
I'm not. Perfectly fine. This person wants to be in this group. This group doesn't exist.
Is it possible to turn off the projector, because when I'm standing here, it's right in my eyes.
Yes.
And I don't need
It's
Jel to to? Svi koji su ovdje žele biti ovdje? Ok. S obzirom da znam da radite puno drugih stvari, u slučaju ako neko ne želi sudjelovati, radite nešto za faks ili za općenito, slobodno sjedite iza, neću nikom tužiti, radite svoje, to ne problem. Razumijem da imamo samo 2 slota, 2 različite teme, možda vas ne zanima s obzirom na vašu poziciju ili portfolio koji radite u ISM, tako da je skroz uvijek. Oni koji žele sudjelovati su i više nego dobrodošli. Zašto ja držim ovu radionicu, ovaj session, zato imam dosta iskustva u HR-u ISM-om. Mislim sam već 6 godina i pretežno sam se bavila HR stvarima. Onda sam HR menadžer lokalne razine, nacionalne razine i internacionalne razine. Da sam svašta toga prošla, ali uzimajući u obzir da nisam bila aktivna na nacionalnoj i lokalnoj razini već 2 godine, svjesna sam da se puno toga promijenilo. Zato trebam vaš input i zanima me što se događa. Podijelit ću post papiriće. Na post papirić napišite što vas zanima, što želite dobiti do ovog sessiona, možda neki problemi, bilo što. Ne mogu obećati da ću apsolutno sve adresirati, jer kažem da imamo sad vremena, ali opet možda onda nakon platforme mogu ponuditi resurse, mogu reći kome da se obratite ili možda imati online pol. Ako nemate ništa, i to isto papirić. Možete napisati jedan papirić, ako ne ide na jedan papirić, može na više papirića. Šaljite znanje. Što god te zanima, bilo koja je HR tema. Nešto što treba riječi, nešto što bi htjeli adresirati, možda što očekujete od ovog sessiona. Kemijske su sa strane, ako nemate svoje, sad što ste koristili. Kad ste gotovi, dođete i zalijepite post-it ovdje. pisanju, ne samo da pratio poruku.
The pressure is on.
Ćemo?
Sad je pressing.
To je to? Kad pričamo o HR-u i SN-u, tu imamo dvije bitne pozicije, potpredsjednik, HR manager, HR team. Mene sad zanima u svakoj sekciji, vaš ići zadatak, ono što ćete definirati, šta radi potpredsjednik, šta radi HR i HR team, i koji su problemi sa HR-om po pitanju potpredsjednika, menadžera ili HR.
Kako? Smešamo grupu ili dođe?
Ne, ja ću vam dati papir i radite kao sekcija. Da vam slušam, imate pitanje, da vam jasno što treba raditi.
Je li zadatak pišemo isključivo stvari obaveze koje se tiču samo HR područja ili generalno?
Generalno. Sad je generalno, bitno je da dobijete overview. Ja? Overview za web, overview za HR. Ja, kad pričamo o HR, bitna je cijela slika, jer to utječe na to šta će onda web raditi i šta će HR raditi. Evo 7 papira, ne znam koliko je tu sekcija. Znači radite po sekcijama. Jedna sekcija, jedan papir, ovakva struktura. Papir je tu, jedna osoba iz sekcija. Imate li sve takvih? Iskoristite cijelu prostoriju, sjedite gdje god želite, tako možete slobodno pričati, da nikom ne smetate.
Čula sam nešto što mi se svidjelo za Zadar, da vi imate HR u svakom timu.
Baš vama u svakom.
I to je jako zanimljivo. I sve za kako se to isti. To je zapravo zanimljivo.
To možemo kasnije, čisto da prođemo sve što imamo.
Presto kad nazovemo HR asistent.
Aha. Još nešto?
Da, to smo mi definirali
Ljudi, slušamo se međusobno.
da li funkcije HR-a treba biti samo u jednoj osobi ili u više
Aha. Okay. Još nešto?
Please, nije vezano za ovo, samo možda kad se priča malo glasnije, kao čuli bi mi ostali, tako da ti možeš odgovoriti, a mi ne znamo koje je pitanje, tako da...
Okay. Super feedback.
A ne, ćeš uzeti mikrofon.
Ali ja nisam problem. Mislim da su drugi ljudi problem koji pričaju tiho. Jel da?
Sorry, bile su predobre pisane.
Okay. Još neki input?
I mi smo isto, ali ovo je više kao odnos između national boarda kao pozicije i ostatka, jer u Splitu primjerice naš education officer je isto HR menadžer u Splitu, a da li sam dolazim u Splitu menadžer.
Ja predlažem da ću početi s mikrofonom.
Ok, sad malo informacija s moje strane. Pisala sam na ploču zato što nemamo neki tu bolji prostor, tako da predlažem da sjednete bliže ako vas zanima. Ako ne, možete sjediti kod kuće. Proći ćemo sve, ako imate pitanja, ako nešto nije jasno, slobodno recite. Sad se fokusiramo na ovaj ovdje. Okay? Volunteer management. Sve na engleskom, to je iz strategije ISN International za do 2025. godine. To je HR strategija. Izvukla sam to, možete naći na Wikiju. Sadržaj koji je tamo možda nije primjenjiv, ali podjela je još uvijek vrijedi. Kad pričamo o HR-u, ne HR menadžeru, nego HR-u, volunteer management, pričamo o ovim elementima u ISN. Sve počinje s rekrutacijama. sastavi to znači. Provodite li sve ovo u svojim sekcijama?
Napisali smo, ali se ne provodi.
Ako želimo imati uspješan volunteer management, moramo se ovo provoditi. Ja znam da ovo izgleda zastrašujuće puno stvari, ali prilično jednostavno. Zašto? Because they feed into each other. Zato imam work smart, not hard. Zato što trening može biti dio i onboardinga. Kako će vam biti recruitment, ovisi o tome kako ćete imati onboarding. Možete imati 100 novih članova, onboarding vam je shit, imat ćete loše ljude, ljudi neće biti motivirani, ljudi će sutra otići, ljudi će sutra reći i se ne znaju. Znam, prošao sam to jer ja sam pričao bez tih znanja. Ja sam bila 90-a, nisu bili na bolji. Ok, onda kad pričamo o VP, HR. Ono što je Fanny spomenula, to je istina. VP bi trebao djelovati strateški. Evo, nadam se što imate na svojim papirima, VP je dio LBA. I onda ima zaduženje LBA. Znači, ne samo HR stvari. Pošto je veliko u VP-u je također governance, upravljanje dio LBA. HR je tu da pomogne operativno. Ono što bi svaka sekcija trebala imati je akcijski plan. Na vama je kako to radite. Jer onda LB sjedne i kaže kako naša godina izgleda. I on će VP donijeti ove teme na stol. Vi unaprijed možete isplanirati. Kako ćemo mi ovo provesti, zašto ćemo mi to provesti, je li to bitno provesti, jedan skupa sa HR-om će to provesti u djelu. Znači HR traži venues, brojevi, organizacije i takve stvari. To može biti i HR team, to je apsolutno na vama. Zato ja vam ne mogu reći koji je pravi odgovor. Ali ako stvari u sekciji ne funkcioniraju, ja vas pozivam da se zapitate imate li pravu strukturu, što ne valja i zašto ne valja. Čini se da se problemi povlače godinama je sve to isto, opet govori nešto. Isti problem, tu se stavila jedan super alat koji se zove problem tree. Možete, ako ga niste nikad koristili, savjetujem da googlate, da pogledate. Alat koji možete koristiti da skušite koji su zašto core issues, koji su uzroci i koji su rezultati. I 5 whys. 5 whys isto je dobar. Dobar alat. Okay. Još jedan dobar element je leadership. Ja jako vjerujem da apsolutno svaka osoba na leadership poziciji treba imati osnovne elemente ovoga. Jer ovo što se prolazi na razini sekcije, osoba prolazi unutar tima. Ono što sam tu često čula je da vi očekujete da HR manager riješi sve probleme s ljudima. Jel? Bude konflikt, ko mora to riješiti? HR manager. Jesam u pravu? Ne, ko to onda rješava?
Samo jedan menadžer HR općenito i VP.
Znači, u travel timu ljudi se posvađaju, ko to treba riješiti?
HR tim, VP, skupa.
A ne treba koordinator?
Zavisi u vezi čega.
Ovisi u kojoj skali.
Ako je zavisi od problema.
Ok, onda je to dobro, zato što po meni ono što sam puno toga vidio je činjenica da se sve stavlja na leđa jedne osobe ili jednog tima. Ali odgovornost u ponašanju i otvorenoj komunikaciji ne može biti na jednoj osobi ili samo na jednom timu.
Ako je
to je individualna odgovornost. Što sad?
Ako je drama, onda LB.
A sve što HR rješava ili to dođe do LB-a?
Meni zadnje 3 godine imam nedisfunkcionalan HR, tako da ne mogu ti tu dati odgovor.
A zašto ti disfunkcionalan?
Pa, osobe koje se prijavljaju super prva 3 tjedna.
Kako to rješavate?
Pa bude kao prva opomena, onda dođe nekom ima druga opomena, ovo ti je zadnja opomena, onda dođe u međuvremenu 3. mjesec, još su ostala samo 3 mjeseca i nećemo ga sasmijevati. I onda tako ide u krug. Da, evo 3 godine. Ja sam sve 3 godine u lokalnom uredu. Da.
Neki savjeti?
Izaći s lokalnog uredu.
Okej, za dan prostora, okej. Ali za HR tim u tom slučaju.
Ja nisam služio.
Bolje.
Ne, stupno ponovi.
Zadnje 3 godine imamo osobe na tim pozicijama koje nisu za tu poziciju, koje su prvenstveno neempatične, ne znaju slušat, znači uši su im ne da su začepljene, nego ih nemaju i nemotivirane, njih briga i tako to.
Ja je džar pozicija.
Tako je.
Pa ste probali vodi razgovor.
Sa sva 3.
A zašto su te osobe izabrane? I opet.
U početku, ne, svake godine nova osoba. Bila je osoba A, B, C. Znači, sve 3 godine su različite 3
osobe. U Splitu ne postoji niko empatičan koji bi bio dobar.
Znači,
ovako se to spada.
Ne, vi ste unutar udruge, ali ta osoba, niko sa tih osoba ne prijavi za HR-a.
A zašto se ne prijavi? A zašto se ne prijavi?
Imamo mi, pokušavamo.
Ove godine ćemo, valjda, ja se nadam, imati jednu supercu. Koja je empatična, studira sociologiju i kao zna s ljudima raditi, komunicirati.
Pitate zašto se ne želite prijaviti?
Pa ljudima to zvuči ono kao, HR.
To su ljudi rekli?
Da.
Zato što rekli zašto to zvuči?
Zato što event team su party,
activity.
Oni bi rađe organizirali, ne znam, pub quiz, oni bi rađe hajkali i tako nešto, gdje se druže sa Erasmusima.
Vama problem je što...
Čekaj.
U biti ja sam ta osoba koja se sad, moje pitanje, meni je ovo jako velika dilema, ja se nikad nisam 100% odlučila ću se kandidirati, ali uglavnom ja bih trebala sljedeće godine ići na Erasmus i meni nije u redu da se ja kandidiram, budem izabrana, ako ja znam da 5 mjeseci neću biti u Splitu, da neću znati što se događa. I onda mi je, kao rađe se ne bi kandidirala, da ostane prazno i da kao ako se neko drugi želi ne se kandidirati.
To je individualna odgovornost. Nećemo raditi stvari zato što moramo, nego zato što želimo. Mi dajemo svoje slobodno vrijeme u jesen. I kako smisla ima da HR menadžer lokalne sekcije 500.000 km od lokalne sekcije? Ali opet postoji problem ako imamo samo jednu osobu. Nije fair da jedna osoba osjeća presing. Zašto nema nikog drugog? Znači problem leži negdje drugdje. Kako je HR prezentiran? Koja su očekivanja od HR ljudi? Zašto je to pozicija koja se ljudima gadi? Zašto ta pozicija nije dovoljno zabavna kao partiranje s Erasmusima?
Ako je tako negativno za njih 3 godine, onda zašto birati osobu, kad nije bolje da onda ostavite poziciju praznu, da se ne nađe neka osoba koja će biti motivirana to raditi. Jer sad koliko čujem nije toliko problem pozicije HR-a nego do osoba.
Ali uvijek je različita osoba koja kao u 5. mjesec, kada želi bude super, mislim super, ne bude 99% glasova, ali kao
ljudi glasaju za njih jer se jedini prijave. To je jedini razlog, ja mislim.
O tome možemo kasnije imamo puno.
Problem je što tipa zadnjih 3 godine se bili samo prijavili na tu poziciju, da je to pozicija neka. A ljudi koji se prijavili na tu poziciju prije toga se predstavljaju kao ljudi koji su aktivni, koji imaju želju za napretkom i sve to. I kad dođu na poziciju samo toga se svaka volja i motivacija.
Onda je tu bitna komunikacija. Onda je tu bitna i komunikacija i kultura. Znači organizacijska kultura je kako pričamo o tome. Doćemo na platformu pričati te stvari, ali možemo li ovako otvoreno pričati i u sekciji. Ja? I ovo je činjenica, što se spomenula za leadership. Rano kod vas, neko mora provoditi HR element. Ja? Zašto? Jer samo ovaj dio, 90% ovih papira je motivacija. Ja? Ana Batinić.
Pardon, nisam da sam vezano, doslovno sve to što ste rekli, ono što sam primijetila u svojoj sekciji zadnjih bar 3 ili 4 godine, a pretpostavljam da se događa u drugim sekcijama, da se jako često umjetno popuni pozicija samo da bi netko bio na nju. Nažalost, to radi operativno. time da imaš nekoga na poziciji, a svejedno radiš njegov ili njezin posao, koji bi radio ili radila svejedno da je ta pozicija prazna. U nekim slučajevima to čak stvara i problem.
Come back, guys. Siesta is over.
There is no siesta, we're not playing. Okay.
Okay. Welcome back after lunch. Ekta or what? I word a local building. I don't know. Before proceeding, we would like to do the forum set again. So, yes, again, I would say the name of the sentence and we just have to say people representing them. Relation Čakovec, is Dubrovnik, here. Is Moscow, here. Is Vienna, here. Is in Split, here. Is in Zadar, here. Is in Zagreb, here. Now we have important part of the NA, which is candidacies. And the first, there will be 4 people who present themselves for the candidates as a candidates, and you will hear them one by one. The first one is Laura, and she'll be doing it online. We'll connect to her, and you will hear it. So.
Okay, Laura, can you hear us?
I'm texting her.
Laura.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Can you hear us?
Okay, can you hear us? Okay. Okay, možeš u tvoju prezentaciju početi.
Samo nemojte mi još početi od moje
You have 7 minutes, okay?
Yes, okay, but just give me a second, please. Okay. May I begin? Can you tell me?
Yeah, it's visible.
Okay, I put a timer just so I can see the time myself, so to know when I can start.
Perfect.
Go Laura!
I would like to apologize for not being here in person, for my voice and for all the incoming calls and diseases that will be coming because AGM took me like to the end. Okay, so this is my second candidacy for ESA Croatia's National Communication Manager. Why is it not working? Okay, so for those of you who don't know me, retired, I self-diagnosed myself with dyslexia. Dory is my spirit animal because of my short-term memory. This is a visual representation of how many ideas I came up with versus how many of them were executed either because of me or because of lack of resources, people, and so on. Next is the visual representation of how my head feels like most of the time. The next one is for those who had the pleasure to travel with me, they know I'm an overpacker and I'm also studying to be an electrical engineer. And last but not least, I live on a mountain called Kozja. It's at the end of the world and it may be hard to reach and have bad Wi-Fi connection, but I have the most beautiful look over the Split. Okay, so my ESN career started in October 2022 with the PR team of ESN Split. 2 months after that, I became the PR assistant. July of 2023, I was elected as the communication manager of PSN Split, and the year after, I was elected to be a communication manager of PSN Croatia. We shall see. Okay, so PSN events, I was of many local, regional, national, and few international events. So EJMA was actually my first and only international event, and the General Assembly of Dubrovnik will be my second event, but I will not be presenting ESN Croatia, I'll be on sick. Okay, so to keep important, the six accomplishments I'm pretty proud of is the rebranding of Krishna Erasmus. So it was the top priority I put myself to accomplish throughout this project, which then led to making the changes in the policy paper. The local board meeting in Rijeka was an event where I thought, like, why am I going there? I'm not going to do anything. And then see that you can change and learn something new, and I learned really how things. It was the key event, my whole division for the other things and in career as well. My workshops I had this year was also something I'm really proud of, and I wish there were more opportunities to do those. Also being part of the General Assembly Dubrovnik and Erasmus Generation Meeting Split, being the vice delegation leader for EGM Ancona. Marta, shout out to you, because being a delegation leader is not an easy thing. And last but not least, connecting with Croatian and international volunteers, which also brought me to why I am doing this. They showed me again what my purpose is. Okay, so what am I doing? This is my next mandate. Empowering the local communication managers community. So I will shift the focus from only PR support to the broader personal and professional development. So not only to do the PR workshops, but other personal time thinking at all, because I think it's important for them as communication managers or vice communication managers or the PR coordinators to have those types of knowledges. Also, to build the stronger community bonds, to continue one-on-one guidance, and to also encourage the knowledge sharing within the group itself, and to recognize the value, the contributions of local communication managers more actively. The second thing would be ESN Croatia's webpage. So, webpage was, because of my other priorities, was definitely not on my top to-do list. So for the next year, I would like to strengthen the website as a core platform and the network both nationally and locally to provide the up-to-date information on activities and the projects, because to build the trust among the public and as well as the members, partners, and sponsors. To use the website as a tool for volunteers, to be the main tool to find information about our organization, and to guide outgoing and incoming students seeking information on the plan is to upload key the class, board, advisor, and projects, which is everything that is missing on Croatia's webpage to upload again. And the last but not least is promoting Croatia as a desirable Erasmus destination to strengthen Croatia's a country for academic exchange by representing and the storytelling focused on student experience. Use platforms like Study Croatia, the visibility, and to encourage local sections to apply for the help them by providing tool template and so on in order to help them accomplish so. And that's all. Thank you for your attention.
the Slido to the Meet so she can also see the questions.
Yep.
Is it possible to get the presentation in the chat? Because the connection was bad, but also the slides are not very accessible, so I don't know what was written.
I'll text her to send it to me and I'll do it.
I mean, if the sharing team also has it, I should be able to.
Is that okay? I can send it.
They do. She sent.
It's fine.
Laura, you can answer the question if you can see that.
Okay, so Anna's question, what did I learn from my first mandate? So I learned the difference between being a local and national communication manager. It is a really big difference. I learned that the things are not going to go exactly how you plan, that you will need to shift your priorities. And what will I do differently? Maybe I will try to be less trying to make everything perfect, because that's one of the reasons why our social media hasn't been really active, as well as it wasn't really a priority due to some other things I had to do. If that answers your question.
It does, thank you.
Okay. What are the key activities you do? Okay, so personally, I started doing that really recently, but just trying to bond us in, like usually friends do, but we live on different parts of the country and we have different jobs and different obligations to do, and we're not always able to, I don't know, be on all meetings at the same time. Maybe people don't want. Can you please turn off the mic? I keep hearing myself double. Thank you. What I was saying, so maybe some people don't want to connect on a deeper level, but I think we should all have at least like a colleague type of relationships. So it would usually start in the chat, and then on the meetings I will try to not only talk all about ESN and the PR stuff, so for us to try to bond on a different level, if that answers your question. The mic is turned on.
Does it answer the question of the... Yeah.
Okay. How do you envision cooperation with local community managers? Well, one thing I didn't want to do this year was to pressure them into, for example, I would like to do real that combines all the cities in Croatia, or many other projects that would include them to give them additional work. I didn't want to do that because when I was a local communication manager, I didn't really like because the 3 out of 7 of us would do the thing and then the project would fail, I would try to do something that is not giving them a really extra work that will not give any results in the end. So I don't have any specific at the moment. That's the way I'm thinking it right now.
You can follow the next question as well.
Okay. The content. Okay, so first of all, I would like to bring all the past information whilst trying to keep up with the news that are important at the moment. So, for example, the next thing on the page should be General Assembly in Dubrovnik. It's something that will be happening now, and the National Platform in Čakovec should be the next thing happening. But in the meantime, while we are sort of silent, nothing important is happening, that's when the old information that is missing. So the past and the current information about national boards, board supports, auditors, the project and initiatives of ES and Croatia and International, the history of ES and Croatia, all the relevant information that I believe should be on the webpage will be brought up on it. Do you plan on doing anything for promoting mobility opportunities? We do those via Instagram, mostly on Facebook, to post it on stories. If opportunity is posted on the AMPEU, studying Croatia, or those type of profiles, if I see them, then I upload them to stories and sometimes tag sections in order to spread those opportunities.
I would just wait a minute. Anya. Yes. So the questions on mobility opportunities, Croatia being an attractive country for academic exchange, and mobility handbook promotion. Can she answer all that in one because they're related?
Yes, for sure. It's all the same.
Because it's similar related questions, and so yeah. So if you can answer more on promotion of mobility opportunities and how will you strengthen Croatia's image as attractive country for academic exchange, and are you doing anything regarding the mobility handbook?
Oh, I can't see all the questions important. Okay, so mobility. Okay, mobility handbook promotion. The first thing that needs to happen before I do it is between the education officer or usually president, but now we don't have a president, so education officer, and after he is done negotiating with the ES and Croatia's work group that handles mobility handbook, then I'm the one who is able to promote it. So before that step happens, I cannot do anything about it. Okay? And Croatia's image as an attractive country. So the examples, I haven't thought of any in particular, but mostly through the social media or maybe by asking exchange students to write articles about their exchange, posted on the web, posted on social media, for others to see why they should come to Croatia and do their Erasmus here. Does that answer the questions?
Yeah, it does.
Okay.
You can go on.
Okay. Opening a working group for now. If the help of Vice Communication Manager, Webmaster, and Anna Balkanchuk has most of the information that needs to be uploaded. If there ends up being a need for it, then yes. It's just that this year we opened the rebranding work group. If there's a need for such a thing, then yes. Is this question answered by Anna's question?
Okay, this was answered, yes. You can move on to the next one.
Okay, is related to inclusion of specific section. Okay, so I would try to encourage all of the section, and by the feedback I'm given, if whether the section wants to do it, so if they don't see the potential themselves, they don't have the capacity to work for it, it's not something they think will, I don't know, benefit them, then they will be removed from the list, and then we'll see if, for example, Zagreb, Split, and Rijeka end up being the three sections that want to apply for Erasmus Destination of the Year, then I will work with those three sections to all of my ability to, in the end, for them to apply. Because I don't think, I'm not sure if the national organization or the country is limited by one city, one section, or not. I didn't check that information actually. It's not. Do you have any? Sorry? Can I move on?
Sorry, for one thing, we'll close the speakers list right now, questionnaires, so if you have any question.
Can you keep it open for like 30 seconds?
Yeah, 30 seconds.
Can I move on?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, the ideas on how to recruit more members to PromCom. I don't know, but I definitely need help of local sections for that, because it's kind of hard to lead, I don't know, social media by me, the vice communication manager, and one person that is also kind of general assembly that's upcoming, so she definitely is not thinking about social media recent creation and all the other things we have, so we definitely need more people in PromCom. And I did not create a specific strategy, but I would like to ask local sections for help. Okay. Why should the focus? Because if you, okay, Ana Maria Zagreb has the communication manager, vice communication manager, and the PR coordinator. So you have three different people to do because you have more people to manage and so on. But for example, in Split, there's only one person, and in most sections, one person doing it. So you're leading a team. If you don't have leadership skills, you will not lead that team the best to their potential, which is why it's a skill that you need. Also, one of the causes of ESN is skills and employability, which is why it's not a bad thing to know how to speak publicly, how to think critically, and for example, the creative thinking can be applied to PR, and all of those skills can be applied in the PR sector and every other sector where you apply to work. So I will not exclude the PR topics. We will talk about the film, the camera, the photography, and so on. But I think there are other things that are important and that you will use later in life. Okay? If the webmaster position doesn't get filled. Okay, so I don't think I will be able to take everything that is in the master's position description, but the thing that I will be needing to do for my key point will be mostly on me. Rocco, maybe the next vice communication manager, sorry, And Anna gave a great idea in opening a work group if there would be people interested in so. And I can always ask help from the international level if there's something I don't know, or maybe ask Luca as ex-Nation and so on. Okay, do you plan? That would be nice if we manage to get an intern. What tasks? I think it's hard to tell at the moment because I don't know what will the priorities will be, what will their skills be, and it depends on the workload and the priorities at the moment. But mostly the things like handling the social media, or if they have knowledge with the web to help us upload things on the web, or I don't know. It's really, I don't have any ideas at the moment. It's something to think about in the future if we get an intern.
So, we close questions anyway. Let's thank Laura again once.
Thank you guys so much. Okay, bye-bye.
The next presentation is for the candidacy of Vice President. We'll open the questionnaire right now as well, so you can type in if you want right now.
Hello people, once again I'm Mate Tibor and I'm using the same Canva template for each one of my presentations. As I should. So this is me, a bit about my story, my background in ESN. I actually tried to join ESN in 2021, but I was rejected. Because apparently I tried to join the team that was the most people wanted to join this team. But the next year I joined ESN Zagreb's PR and social inclusion teams, and I officially became a newbie. I mean, the year was wild. I actually wanted to give up after like 2 weeks being in ESN. And then it was the HR that came up to me and said, well, you can take a break. And so I did take a break, and after that I returned and I got involved even more than ever. And all of that process later on actually motivated me to become an HR manager myself. Also, one very, very important thing is discovering non-formal education. And it's, well, mostly it's because of Anya right here and Zrinka, who had a huge impact. And because of whom I discovered that I could also be this person who can spread the knowledge, spread the skills, and help other people learn. And this is really something I discovered that is my a core of myself, and I'm really grateful for ESN having these opportunities and for helping me acquire them. So after that, I went to Starter. I became an Educate facilitator. Later that year, I was elected as ESN Zagreb HR manager. And then in December of 2023, I officially got elected as ESN Croatia HR manager. I mean, the year is wild, a lot of things happened, I learned a lot of things, but I would say that the most important thing is that I discovered a community. I discovered something that feeds my soul, and the people, the support, everything led to me presenting my candidacy and being elected as vice president 1 year ago in OSEC, and now here I am presenting my candidacy for another term. So, I mean, I talked a lot about like my path and what I did. It's a lot of like HR, learning things. But the thing that actually made me stay in ESN are all of those people, the experiences, the learning, the going out of my comfort zone. Sometimes it looked like this, sometimes it looked like this, but I guess it's all part of the process, and I really do enjoy being in this process. And I want to be in this process even more, and also some more. I try to put even more bits, but my graphic design skills are limited.
PRT.
Okay, so basically, what's the objective?
Oh.
I think this is a good joke because you will often hear me saying, what's the objective? Why are we doing this? And I guess the thing I got from ESN is the power of me taking my responsibility for learning. And I want to share this with the network. I want to share my growing, what I've learned, and provide the opportunities for the network as well. So without further ado, my 3 key points. The first one is personal responsibility. This is a bit of a vague one, maybe unusual for the things you might expect to see on a ESN candidacy, but I think this is really important. And for me, I discovered that it had a really, really great impact in my life, not only ESN-wise, but also like personally. And I really want to highlight this in all of my actions and make people aware of this and promote active listening, feedback culture, and healthy boundaries as well. Other than that, now we go to more practical things, is online LBM. I see this as a need for connection, for leveling the knowledge, and also as a way to, as an ESN Croatia, to contribute to knowledge transfer process of the local sections. So I would implement this, let's say, few weeks after, month, 2 after the local boards are elected. I know there's still some sections that do this a bit later, but I think this would be a very useful thing because it's very flexible and we can utilize it the way we want, and it's cheap because we do it online. Other than that, quality assurance. It sounds like a fancy buzzword, and it is. But this is a standard process that's happening on in also different national organizations throughout the network. So to put it in a words of like 5-year-old, it's basically me seeing what are you doing, and then giving you recommendations how maybe what you could do, what are some potential steps you could do to be better. So it would be great if we could utilize this as like an assessment tool. For this, we don't need to create like our own tool or something. There's already amazing tools we have in the network. There's section questionnaire, there's next questionnaire. Things we can utilize. And also, I think it's very important. So this year we put a bit more, I think, highlight on communities. And I want to strengthen and deepen that relationship, not only position-wise, but also like board-wise. So I think this can also be utilized in a way. This would give us the insight into strengths and weaknesses, and then according to that, we can plan our support towards the sections. And I guess this is my wish for our network. Let's be together, let's support each other, let's be loud, like I say on the first day, and let's be the loudest when we need to support each other. So that's it from my candidacy. This is my question.
Just saying.
That's a good comment.
It is written in the document.
Great question. He had the most questions last year.
Any questions?
Yes.
Of course.
On the way.
So I think we can start. do you want to like elaborate or should I just straight answer to
Straight answer.
Okay, so a bit of background. The question around the alumni network was raised when Anya was HR manager, and then for some time it was like slept on, and then what we did is we officially created the alumni network registry. So now we have, I would say, a good backbone, a good base to start building on and doing an actual community. Because right now it's inactive and not really functional. It's there. I mean, the people are also here, but I see much more like opportunities to utilize this, and I would start with like first calls doing, and I mean ideally I would maybe even do it until the next of this mandate, but I cannot foresee the future. So doing the first calls, seeing the expectations, bringing what national board needs from the alumni people, how maybe you can support us, and then also alumni giving us the way they can support us as well, and then how we can all collaborate in this process.
Does it answer the question?
Yes, please.
We can move to the next one.
Can you ask, please? It's kind of natural for me.
Which kind of support is the most important for you in your everyday ESL classes?
I wouldn't even say it's a position-wise. I think it's the personal connections, the friendships. It's what kept me in ESN, the friends I made in ESN. So I need that kind of support to stay in ESN. Like the people who will ask me how I'm doing, the people who will listen to me, not because they have to, but because they want to. And I think these are like my ESN friends that I need support from.
Does it answer the question? Okay. Amalia, would you like to read the question?
Yeah, sure. So I just stopped recording one. So all I know, we are looking only once a semester or credit needs.
That's a good question. Well, for now, I envisioned it like once per semester, so it's like parallel to the offline one we have. But the one online is like the bigger call, so we can do a bit of onboarding, getting to know each other, connecting. But of course, the needs one, we can do lots of like little ones. The pre-NP call was also kind of like an LBM call, but the one I envision is much bigger, much more structured, and much more prepared. But of course, this can be done according to needs.
Question by Anya.
Okay, how will you plan to support ESN theoretically at electrician tomorrow during the first year?
That's an awesome question, thank you. So I was discussing with some people on which are in membership team on ESN International regarding the onboarding processes of newly approved organizations. And I would say I'm still in the blue somewhere, so I would definitely need to contact them again. Because the way I see it, currently we don't have a procedures for this. So I would like to have an onboarding plan made for them according to their needs, and definitely with consultations from people who did it before. And I also know that we have alumni that did this in the past, so I also want to consult with them. But definitely make our onboarding plan, not go straight into it and see what happens. So yeah.
Before moving to the next question, the slider is open for next 30 seconds. If you would like to put your question, you can, and then we're closing the question list. And you can move to the next question.
I think it was covered by the question before, kind of.
Next question by Bojo. If I pronounce the name correctly, sorry. Can you ask the question?
Can you read it?
Okay. Is there any common practice within local VP's work that you would like to see changed? Like a negative thing, not the positive.
Ooh. I don't think this is the I don't want to use this space to like criticize someone's work. I think that this is a very delicate question. I mean, well, because we cannot compare the VP's work and just put a benchmark and make everyone do the same, because of course different sections, different needs, different kind of functioning. But I would say there are of course places for improvement.
What concrete common practice?
So you want concrete common practice? So in some sections what I see is that the VP/HR, I think the HR position can take some of the VP's operational part. I see the HR can take the VP's operational part. So definitely this, and then also regarding the portfolios themselves, I think there are a bit of misunderstandings in local boards regarding what does the VP do and then what does other position holders do. And that's not, I wouldn't say it like from my point of view, I need to be like this, but this is what I see that they themselves are kind of in the blue about this. So I think those two things.
Okay. Anya, this time.
Any plans for a national team building?
Such a good question. We discussed this during last year's LBM, and the section said there is no need for that, because also the YC can also serve, I think it practically serves as the team building, but as a national event alone, no.
Next question, again, go ahead.
What do you see as the biggest challenge that you want to tackle next year?
Give me 20 seconds to think about it.
Can you please next time say like 2 minutes in advance that you will be closing the slide?
We actually was open to the beginning of presentation.
Okay, so first things first, the national board management. I think this is really important, and because we had a lot of, vacancies and the president resigned, this made it a bit harder. And then I felt like I took some of the responsibility for handling the national board, but then this, I did not want this kind of responsibility, but I took it because I felt like it was needed in the moment. I don't know, but I want all of us to be straight on our expectations from each other and to be transparent with each other on what we can do and like what are our capacities for doing that. Because I think that if we're straight with this, we would have like much less conflicts and these balances, and like everyone is on the same page, and we should like work better together.
Next question by Antonio.
Yeah. So I have not really a concrete question, it's more of a, well, I'll read it. How long do you plan on online LBMs to be? Agendas for LBM can be really long. Do you have a logistical vision for that? Like, do you think it would be over a couple of days? Do you think it is tedious to sit in front of the laptop for 6 hours? Do you have a vision for something?
Well, for now, I see it as a one-day event, like maybe 5-ish hours. That's the logistics of it, like the Google Meet, of course, and the setup for Google Meet. And yeah, for now it is. But if the agenda, the topics prove that there's more time needed to dedicate to something, then maybe it would be a good idea to split it. But for this is my vision. So we'll see what happens.
Next question is by Fanny.
So, related to the idea of national team building, do you think there is a need for more national
also think this is a question for the local boards. I think this is also always good, and there are a lot of opportunities for this. You have this amazing event, you have the opportunity to interact with each other, but it's your responsibility, not mine, if you see that this is your need.
Next question,
So, are you satisfied with the collaboration with operation manager and event manager this year, or is there something you would like to change for the next mandate?
Well, generally I am. The thing is that so we usually have a project manager who manages all the board support, and since we didn't have this year, it was mostly us just communicating with our retrospective, and so I was mostly communicating with you and Antonio. I think the cooperation was good. I think we cooperated nicely. I mean, we managed to fulfill our goals, the aims. I did wish I had more maybe one-on-one calls to get to see what your wishes are and how I can contribute to that, and also vice versa, how you can support me.
Last question, please.
What are your plans for the national day? Would you keep it like ESM basics and ESM 101 workshops, or would it be more themed, I don't know, regarding the needs assessment, or it would be 1 year something regarding financial and something regarding the project or something like that?
That's such a good question. And I'm super excited for this, because there might be an opportunity. We discussed a bit of this, Danka. But it would be maybe ideal to utilize national training as a 2-tracks event, to have one for the newbies and the other one for the local boards. Because some countries also have their local boards training. And then if we could utilize national training, if we get the funding, I think we mostly need the funding for this, to have it also for the local boards and for the newbies as well, I would do it like this, ideally. If not, then I would focus it for now as it is. So start from the core for the newbies. Again, this year we also based it on the needs assessment. But I think this is what I would focus on for now. Yeah.
So let's thank you, my
No? Huh? Oh. Sorry. As you can see through my lovely voice, I gave a lot of me this year. Okay, so this is my candidate for national representativeness in Croatia. Who am I? I'm a volunteer. I'm a natural introvert. I'm a captain of the lactose intolerant ignorant. I am lactose intolerant, but of course I ignore it completely because milk can't control me. Yes. Okay. So my ESM journey started a little bit different. I didn't actually start as a newbie. I started as an office and HR intern in ESM Maribor. I was still an Erasmus student. I was put in ESN, and I had to be the OC of an NA, and I didn't know what NA is or what OC meant. I just knew it says on my tag OC, and I was like, okay, I'm the OC. What is that? But I handled it. I was the great OC, and I did it. Then when I came home, I became an active member of ESM Rijeka. Then an unofficial travel coordinator, and 2 months later, the president of ESM Rijeka. And then I came back to Maribor to be the OC of TED Maribor, but I actually knew what OC meant at that time. To be stressed on a coffee break, right? And last year I was the re-secretion of Stella. These are some events and experience I had. The pink ones were the ones I did this year. So I was on NA Split, LBM Dayton, TEB Brno, NA Vienna, and EGM Ancona. On TEB Brno and EGM Ancona, I was the delegation. Okay. Okay, yeah, go for it. These are some events that helped me learn and helped shape me who I am and why I wanted to become an NR. This is just me on the this is one of my favorite events actually amongst all of them. Why? Because it taught me a lot of how to be an ESNer and to have the motivation. Actually, I was one of the facilitators. It was the national training in Samobor, and it put us 3 days in one house, and we had to learn everything about ESN and about each other, and it helped me immensely at the time. This is me on TED. This is me on TED Brno. It was our little buddy family, was only the delegation leaders, and I learned so much about how we all have kind of the same problems, and I learned how to be a delegation leader and what it really meant, and it really, really helped me. And this is me on ESN Vienna. This is actually the second time I was on other NA that wasn't in my country, and it was great to be international guest because you don't really have commitments there, but you can learn so much and see the best practices. And this is us on LBM. Areas of focus. These are our main areas of focus. I did also have them similarly last year. They stay the same. Why? Because this is the core of, what I think the NR should do and what should focus on, which is advocacy, information sharing, cooperation, support, representation, and networking. And one more I would like to add is transparent reporting, which I learned this year because I learned how important it is to make reports. And even though I don't like to do them sometimes, I know how I can learn from them and look back at it and see, okay, we've done this, I have to do this. So this is also the next thing I want to focus on this year. Let's get more into it. How? I want to still maintain the ESN creation strong presence of visibility. I've seen this year on TEC and even in EGM how visible ESN creation actually is. We might be really small, but just look at ESN. Yeah, look at ESN creation. We have 2 members on international board, which is huge. We have it on communities. We are very visible, and I want to keep us that way. I want to hold monthly meetings with presidents and local board members to better understand their needs and concern. I have to say in the beginning of when I was elected, I just joined the president's call, but then we didn't have it at sometimes. And now I want to help either with the presidents or just any local board members who want to really understand what their needs is and how they're working with other sections, maybe body sections, what are the needs, what their volunteers needs regarding going on international events or national events. And I want to motivate and support as many volunteers as possible to get on all the international events. I want to support the president, of course that's my task, but if we don't have one, I want to take on the assignments and responsibility of the position. I want to collaborate with neighbor countries, and by that I mean attending their events and learning from their best practices. I want to build more partnerships between ESN creation and other student organizations, university and key stakeholders. I attended national National Festival of Youth, and I got more connected with other NGOs and other student council, and I think that's a great chance for us to connect and represent ESN creation to be more visible. What I want to do, I didn't get to do this year, but I really want to do it next year, is to organize workshops on how to use ESMVK efficiently. First, I want to teach myself and teach how to use ESMVK, and I will teach others, because I think it will really help you. I want to develop a new document to regulate volunteer selection process for international events. I tried to modify it this year, but I really want to start it over. On LBM, I had a session where I asked people on specific things how they want to change it, and this year and next year, this will be my priority. And I want to share and represent various volunteering opportunities. Like I said, my first move is drafting a new framework to regulate the volunteer selection process for attending international events. ESM creation has incredible potential. Together we can take it even further. Thank you.
The Slido link is open. You can ask questions you have 5 minutes. It's open, and we'll take questions for next 10 minutes. Yes.
Should I?
Yeah, you can.
Okay, so my biggest challenge was, I think it was like in any position you get, the first 2 months you're lost. No matter how good of knowledge transfer you get, the first 2-3 months you're just evaluating what are you doing and what you have to do. But once I got into it, it was much easier, but the biggest challenge was missing of positions we had, so we had to fill in others, and it was kind of a blurred line between what is my position, what I have to do, what the president should do, and I think that was the biggest challenge. Yeah.
You want to change in the second?
Now I won't be lost for 2 months. I actually know what I have to do, what I didn't do well, what I can do better, and I have more time in these first 2 months to actually go to the local boards and ask, okay, what do you need? What did I do wrong? What do you need better? Let's try again. I know now the technical stuff I need to do. I need to do reports and stuff, but I want to focus on firstly the document I sent about regulations on international events, specifically TEPA and EGM. Do you have this issue?
So, I'm Marta. From what I know, this didn't happen to you. Maybe I'm wrong. But my question is, I'm going to expand it a bit because of characters. How would you react in a situation where one of your delegation members doesn't respect the rules? They don't come for like a non-serious reason. They just skip it or don't respect the agenda or something like that. Is there penalties? Would you ban them from going on international events? Do you keep a list of that sort of things?
So yes, this year, thankfully, I had a great delegation that didn't have that problem. Thank you all. But when we sent the motivational form, it was formed this year, not a letter, I specifically said that by going to this event, you're required to go to opening for EGM, let's say, opening ceremony, closing ceremony, or your workshops. Either you're getting penalty like you yourself, not your section, you, depending on how big the problem is. But there will be, of course, some kind of punishment, yeah. But like I said, even before going, like this year on LBM, we talked about new ways of delegating spots, and it would be a lot of focus with LBs. They have priority lists, they see who applied, so I would already have a picture of the person who was going, and already people who would get the spot would be the right people, so hopefully none of this would happen.
Just a small replica. About the list I mentioned, is there something like that? Was that ever a practice? Do people like leave it for the next NR so they know, or for the next LB on that section that they're like, I don't know, if they do something horrendous, like if they're banned from international events. Is there something like that? Or?
I don't think.
Okay, thank you. That's
Hopefully, because none of this
yeah,
happened.
hopefully, of course.
Let's go with that logic, yeah.
Next question by Anna.
We all know, I hope, that Vienna's polling is the largest in the world, even though by text it doesn't seem like that. And me and Katarina always used to say that with all the different positions in our board, we felt NR the most. In your slides, in your presentations, you spoke about a lot of things that you want to do, and more than a lot. So I want to know which of the things that you put in the slide, like say 2 or 3, I said 3 in the question, are your must-do priorities. I will do this in this mandate, and let everything else take the back burner.
Yeah, firstly, I will do, like you said, the new document about regulating volunteers to go international events. My second priority is make I don't know, a document, but somehow create that I know, so I can make statistics of who is going to international events and from which sections. And my third one is to, again, talk to local boards and see what are their needs, what are their problems. Is it money? Is it because they don't know about it? Is it motivation? How can I help? Great question. Next.
Anya, can you ask your question?
Yes, is Croatia participating in IG? If not, is there anything you would do regarding this in the future?
Croatia is not participating in international Erasmus Day. To be honest, that was not our priority this year, and it's not going to be my priority next year. LBs never reached out that this is something they want to do. If they want to do it, we can consider it. If I have discussions with them, we can see what we can do. But I don't, yeah.
Is this a topic that you bring to the network?
I mean, technically, it's not like. I think it's not in my portfolio. Yeah.
That
It's
is
management. Yeah, project manager.
But okay,
Yes,
but continue.
Yeah, you can.
How do you promote international?
Sorry. So on LBM we actually discussed this, what would be the best way, because I noticed that not a lot of, even if any of the sections use Slack, which we had before, like opportunities. So I decided to send just a short sum up of the email on email, like this is the opportunity, go, if you need more info, contact me. But then LBs said that they want actually the whole email, they want more information, more details. So I just forward, thank you. I forward the opportunities we got through the email. I said, hi, this opportunity came. If you need this, contact me here. Here are all the information. Would you change anything? I would. Depending on the volunteers that are now, again, I have to ask. Some of the people suggested last on NA Split actually that I would do close friends on every event. On Instagram, I would post the close friends so people can see like from first perspective how it is to go on these events. Some people decided that's great, but I'm willing to hear from local boards to see what kind of other ideas they have.
The people who are asking questions, it's easier if you ask the full question or read it, because there are people from YouTube stream that are here. So, next question by
Yeah, so in your report you said that this
said, I'm planning to see on the, I know for some sections it was the money is the problem. So I would see in what way we can help them. I cannot force people to spend their own money, so that's kind of the problem. But we can see how can we budget better and how can I help them prioritize maybe. For some, it's motivation. With that, I can help always. Workshops, I can come personally, I can talk about every event. Maybe some people don't even know. That part was easy. Some sections said that they just don't have enough volunteers who work, let's say like that, who deserve to go to international events, which of course I can also help them see in, the potential in some events and stuff like that. But it depends on the section.
We have closed this title for this one, so the further questions written here will get answered. You can put the next one by Kaira.
Yeah, so in your presentation I saw that you stated the word advocacy. I believe it's such a broad term, but also something that ESN Croatia isn't using enough. So what have you done throughout your past mandate that you could say that you have advocated, and would you maybe use it internally in Croatia to advocate for one topic?
Okay, give me 5 seconds. I know what to say, I'm just... This year, I think one of my biggest things I did in advocacy was maybe not in my position, but when the president position was taken, I tried to be advocate for the president. I tried. Okay. They reached out to me personally, and I tried to help them in that way. I tried to advocate for their needs, and I think in that way I tried to help. Also on, let's give an example, on TEP calls, I tried to advocate for everything Good Croatia is doing and all the best practices we have, and people can learn from us. I think that's the 2 things I advocated this year.
Next question is by Bozo.
What are some specific activities you did to strengthen the image of Croatia as an important contributor for strengthening the network? It can be also imply this question on national level to national stakeholders and institutions.
So like I said, I attended attended a lot of international events, but not just that, I also went on student council meetings. I went in Rijeka specifically. I went on National Youth Festival. When I talked to the stakeholders, I talked to government people, I talked to other NGOs, I went to Savjet Mladih conference. I directly went there and presented ESN Rijeka. I went to the other festivals where all the other NGOs presented. I just wanted to make more visible of ESN Croatia, what they do and what we all do, and just to see everyone see our work. So went to a lot of festivals.
And just do you have any results so far? Or what are the results?
I do. I got funding for LBM, for example. I got funding from 3 different universities, just because I went on these festivals and I saw them firsthand. I talked to specifically to Grad Rijeka about funding the next NA in Rijeka. I went on a few panels. They got new members for ESN Rijeka. They reached out to me and said I became a member because I saw you on that panel. So I think that for me that was good.
Next question, Angela.
I think everyone, and I now only covered the first part of the questions. So, and they asked also about some other channels on how to, maybe some other way in promoting opportunities to volunteers.
I mean, if your specific section would want a call once a month from me to come and say, hi guys, this X month you have this, and this. I can help you with this. I can do that. I need specific sections to tell me what they need and how they, because I know not a lot of them want that kind of, but if Slack doesn't work, I can do monthly calls, or for some, email does great, for some it doesn't. You can tell me, Marta, come once a month.
Okay, last question, please.
Do you think the position of the second delegation leader for EGM should be a part of the board and or board support, so that you elect it internally, or should we open a call to the network and see who's interested? Also, maybe in a sense, since if you are elected, this will be your second NR mandate, you will not be able to apply again, so maybe as a practice.
Honestly, that's a great point. I didn't think of that. I just, for this year, the second delegation leader was chosen because I needed a person who I knew would support me, and I know how to work with, and I know we will work well. That was the only, but that's also an option, yes.
So, do you think?
For tech, yes. For EGM, no. I would rather be someone from board support, just because it's on a bigger scale, it's a more complicated process. But for tech, sure, because I don't think for tech you don't need even 2 delegation leaders because we are small. So, and if I know, I can do it. So that would be great, actually, the person to see it firsthand. Yeah.
Is it common for different sections to have 2 delegation leaders from EGM? Because, for example, the last 2 EGMs in Germany, we had only one, and he was managing 70 people.
You had officially 2, but the second one never appeared. I know, I was the L person.
Begin. Applause. Now we have candidacy for Anya.
I don't. Do I need a mic?
Again, Slido is open, so you can start the questions if you want.
Yes. Hi everyone, I apologize. I didn't have time to submit the presentation by the 8th of April because I was a bit busy with TGM, so I didn't want to, ask for favors. So you will just have to concentrate on me. It's gonna be just me speaking, no slides. So yes, for those of you who don't know me, my name is Anya, born and raised in Zagreb, also a member of ESN Zagreb. My journey in ESN started in 2019, in October. Why? Because the year before I saw on Facebook this ESN event. We are taking international students to Plitvice. And it was for 50 kunas. I was like, what kind of magic is that? How are they doing this? And of course, a very good algorithm of Facebook in 2019 showed me that ESN Zagreb is having an info day. I said, okay, now is my opportunity to check them out. But also I didn't want to study for a test I had the day after. Yes, I joined the info day, I learned what ESN is, I fell in love, and I stayed. Fun fact, I never went on Erasmus, and till this day I know 0 Erasmus people. So I only dealt with ESNers. Because for me, when I discovered ESN, I was like, okay, those are some magic people, ESN is a loophole in the universe, and I just want to hang out with them. And I didn't even go to Erasmus because, I cannot miss a semester without ESN. I was not very normal. It is what it is. Throughout my journey in ESN, I was HR manager of ESN Zagreb for 2 years. I was HR manager of ESN Croatia, and I was the HR manager of ESN International for 2 years. I also did 99% of all events on the international level there are. I'm only missing one, which I will do in a month. I never attended international Erasmus games.
But yes, now I get to have the honor of actually organizing them, so it's also going to be very interesting. What else? Yes, I did Educate Starter and I did Educate Forward as well. I was a mentor for many people in the Educate pool of trainers, also in Croatia in different situations and such. Okay. My biggest achievement in ESN was actually that ESN gave me an opportunity to actually go on a mobility, and I did it through the ESC program. Last year I was ESC in the department, which is currently now mine. But last year I did ESC for training and development, which means that I moved to Brussels, I lived there, and I worked in the ESN office. For the first vice president ever, for development, that was it then. This year, as I've been on the position now officially since 1st of April for 6 months, I love it, I still want to do it, and this is why I'm here asking for your support. I'm very happy that at least once I get to do it right, because last year it was not an opportunity because I applied in July after PC resigned, and of course there was no National Assembly then. So having to do this in person, it's very sentimental. So thank you for having me here. And when it comes to my points, just briefly 3 points, but also you have them in the GA app. First one is learning and development, because I think we need to focus more on that, and what I want to do is to change the cycle of events that we have, because I don't believe it's sustainable. I want to put more spotlight on Educate as an international training program. I don't think that it's integrated enough within the network, so there are many, many missed opportunities. And overall, I want to raise competence development and recognition of youth work on a bigger scale. Second part of my portfolio, which unfortunately I didn't have an opportunity to do this year, is focusing on international students and activities we provide for them. One of them, the biggest one, and maybe only one on the international level, very obvious, International Erasmus Games. Sadly, as you can see, until this point, I had to focus on EGM. Only now do I have time for IG. But IG and everything it stands for, it's absolutely fantastic, and the fact that it's being in the shadows of EGM, it's very unfortunate. So I would try to do my best to change it. And the third one, the biggest one, that is kind of in between all of it, is to fix the portfolio vice president for development. Currently, what I'm doing is the first line you can see in the board task description document, which is managing all non-statutory events. Basically, I'm in practice glorified event manager, so I don't get to do the strategic board things, unfortunately, because many things, the shift from one VP to 2 vice presidents, it's very complicated. So I want to shift things on the HQ, support structures and so on, so the future vice president for development don't have to die because of EGM or go through physical struggles and so on, but also to be spotlight to other things. And also because I truly believe that this opportunity is also should be fun for people, and I cannot stand in front of people and say, yes, you should apply, it's so fun, when I look like, I really don't want to do it myself. So yeah, these are my points. Thank you for listening, and if you have any questions, now is the time. Right, your questions. So my mandate officially started first of October, and the week before that, I was a mentor / trainer at the Social Impact and Youth Engagement training in Varna, in Bulgaria. And on 1st of October, Belgium decided to strike, so I could not get back. My flight got cancelled. And I had to stay in Sofia for 1 more night. And I don't know if you know Justin from Eastern Bulgaria, he's my very close friend. He said, Anya, come stay at my place. It was like 30th of September. We will go to a party. It's Welcome Week. It's a flag party for international students. And it was quite symbolic because I got to witness 1st of October on a party with international students, my first ever. I didn't meet anyone, I just hung out with listeners. It was funny because I got quite drunk and I shouted at the bartender when I was ordering my drink, I want Erasmus. And he said, I know. Yes.
Okay, I wanted to ask, not a lot of people maybe here know exactly what Educate is, sadly. So I would like you to elaborate just a little bit more, and you mentioned how you would integrate it more in the network. So can you say a little bit on how you plan to do this?
Okay. So Educate is an international training program that we have. It means that it has international pool of trainers and 2 big trainings that are training for trainers. Meaning that we equip people with knowledge and certain skills to be able to facilitate. Tomorrow, hold sessions, possibly the day after trainings. First one is called Starter, and second one is Forward. Forward is given a step further, which offers also personal development, next to learning how to be a trainer. In the past, if you did Educate Starter, after that you can apply for the international community for also trainers. This year, with the new endorsement process, we are changing this. We are saying it doesn't matter if you went through Starter, if you just have enough competencies that you gain from other spaces, you can become part of the pool of trainers. So this is one way. We still need to implement it, which is coming now in the following months. And I think this will bring the community and Educate program in general closer. This is one thing. Second, something that is on the rise, it's regional pools of trainers that now regional support team is doing. Last year it was successfully done in SWEP. This year Barca is trying in CEP. So we can see how connections can be made here. Also, Educate can help because we have enough knowledge and skills giving feedback for your TSOs if you're doing, for instance, local platform, national platform. Do you need a trainer? You can reach out and we can provide an expert that can come and facilitate sessions. Also, what else? Feedback, mentoring, yes, there are many opportunities. I don't want to take up much more time. But yes, also nicely what Matej suggested, we want to start our pool of trainers. You can ask help from people who already did it in their countries, or for support for someone who is a highly experienced trainer to do this. Because we also have senior trainers who are basically freelancing and earning money because they went through Starter, Forward, and all the experience in the center.
We are closing Slido in 1 minute, so till I answer some other questions.
Good practices that I learned, initiated during my role in Croatia that you translated on the international. A very good one. I mean,
don't say nothing.
I don't know how to phrase it because I learned in Croatia how to do training. This is how I started. I for sure will not be here. Something also that challenged me and made me grow is the diversity. The different characters that we have in the sections. The stubbornness of some sections. The proudness of some sections, you know? Exactly. This made me grow thicker skin. This made me also realize that richness comes from more minds, more diverse minds. Doesn't matter what what you do or what your position is. Those are kind of, I would say, lessons that I have. Yes, but tell me.
Can I rephrase it in Croatian? Do you mind? Okay. Znači, uglavnom, dok si ti bila na raznih pozicijama u Hrvatskoj, započeo da si mnogo ideja, radila neke stare, znači od tih nekakvih ideja koje si uspjela implementirati u Hrvatskoj, započeo implementaciju u Hrvatskoj, je dio ta ideja prešao i na nacionalnu razinu, koje i kako?
Okay. So how I did trainings on the national level, this is how I'm implementing on them on the international level. How the agendas are being made, how do we do feedback, how do we report on things. How I did it here, I'm doing it there. And I'm telling this to the contactors as well.
So Croatia is the best one.
Yes, Croatia is the best one. Honestly, I don't like event management. If you ask me, I don't like projects and I don't like events. I never started for the stream, G8. No, I just see it as a tool to achieve goals. And that's it. Very useful tool, and if you ask me, HR is always here. But it's also what I can have. I have basics and experience in event management, in project management, but what do I do? I need people, right? So I try to bring out the best out of people who are experts in project management, in event management, and so on. I think EGM is the best example ever because I didn't have a team, but EGM had to have a team.
Just comment. I saw her during EGM. She was working day and night, and she was working for too many tasks at once. We saw her this.
Thank you, people. Great question.
For the IB, she needs the support letter of 4 out of 7 sections of ES and Croatia.
7. No, legally I need 4.
Legally.
7. Legally I need 7.
7 or 3, 5
So now, okay, people, now I would ask section representatives to come and sign the
sa Ukrajina.
A Mati bi trebala se iti
A i ti šta?
Ja nikad nisam bila jebe.
Je, baš si občepka znatno.
Probaj ga, sve da ide.
Question. Okay, people, can I have your attention? Can I have your attention? Awesome. So now we're having another parallel session. So we're gonna have the G8 occupations, and for this we need the local board and the national board. And then parallelly with this, there's going to be a project management session by ESN Split that's going to happen here. So the people that are in local board, you go with Marta and me. The rest of you, you stay here. Ne, sad ćemo proći. A možemo i van.
Ne,
Ajde, ću ja. To, i rekao sam, to da, samo djeluje.
Dalje!
Yeah. And you have the lazy
Yell at the mic.
Dobar dan svima. Za ove koji me ne znaju, ja sam Katarina iz Jesena Split i za danas smo vam pripremili mali tips and tricks za projekte. Uglavnom ja sam članica projektnog tima i sad Vi se vjerojatno pitate zašto smo mi uopće ovdje da mi vama što govorimo. Uglavnom mi smo uspjeli konačno ove godine osnovati pravi projektni tim koji je zapravo aktivan i zapravo svake godine provodimo sa studentskim zborom jedan projekt preko kojeg se financiramo i sad imamo neke nove ideje za projekte koje ćemo vjerojatno prijaviti na natječaj od grada i od županije. Tako da mislim da možemo početi. Mi smo ovu prezentaciju malo zamislili kao uvod, znači doslovno najosnovnija teorija, imamo jedan primjer isto, pa ako nekome nije nešto jasno, slobodno me prekidite i pitajte. Za početak, što je uopće projekt? Prema nekoj definiciji, projekt je privremeni organizacijski pothvat koji mora imati jasno definirane ciljeve, vremenski ograničen i mora imati alokaciju resursa, znači ljudi koji će biti u projektu, novac koji će se trošiti i neki materijali. Znači svaki projekt ne smije uključivati neke ponavljajuće aktivnosti, već mora biti inovativan i imati neke strateške zadatke. Kao i jesen lokalna sekcija, mi možemo provoditi raznovrsne projekte koji će naravno biti usmjereni na integraciju i podršku za međunarodne studente, imat ćemo edukaciju, društvenu odgovornost i zapravo sve ono za što stoji misija i vizija jesena. Tu možemo uključiti buddy programe, kulturne večeri i razne edukativne radionice, održive akcije za Green Erasmus, sportske i zabavne događaje, izlete, ekskurzije, nacionalne i međusekcijske suradnje. I zapravo sve ovo što sam napravila može ulaziti kao aktivnosti u jedan projekt. Mi za projekt kojeg prijavljujemo na natječaj studentskog zbora, mi najčešće ovako u opisu projekta stavljamo više ovakvih aktivnosti. I u projektne aktivnosti ne mogu se uključiti aktivnosti profitnog karaktera ili aktivnosti koje se ne mogu povezati sa nekim zadanim ciljevima projekta. Neke ključne karakteristike projekata, pripremljenost, znači svaki projekt mora imati svoj određen period trajanja, znači ima neki početak i kraj, jedinstvenost. Svaki projekt ima svoje specifične ishode, neke ciljeve koje želimo postići i strukturu. Postepeno razvijanje projekta, znači priprema je provedba projekta i na kraju neki rezultati. I svaki projekt je ograničen resursima, znači imamo neki određen budžet kojeg se moramo držati, vrijeme i ljudski kapaciteti su nam ograničeni. Što je uopće projektni menadžment? Primjena znanja, vještina, alata i tehnika u projektnim aktivnostima kako bi se zadovoljili sami ciljevi projekta. Podrazumijeva se vođenje tima, planiranje resursa, samu komunikaciju među timovima, neka procjena rizika, financijsko upravljanje i kontrolu provedbe. I zapravo sam naš cilj je da isporučimo projekt na vrijeme unutar budžeta i prema dogovorenim specifikacijama. Imamo 5 ključnih faza projektnog menadžmenta. Prvo je sama inicijacija projekta, znači definiramo ideje i moramo zapravo ispitati jesu li te ideje uopće izvedive, sukladno prioritetima natječaja kojeg imamo. Zatim ako smo zaključili da te ideje jesu izvedive, idemo na planiranje. Znači izrađujemo detaljni plan tih aktivnosti koje mislimo provoditi, naš budžet koji imamo i rokovi koji su nam definirani. I treći korak zapravo prava provedba, znači realizacija plana, vođenje tima i upravljanje samim aktivnostima. Praćenje i kontrola projekta, znači praćenje napretka i prilagodba plana ako nešto naravno ne bude išlo po inicijalnom planu. I na kraju finalizacija projekta, znači moramo napraviti evaluaciju rezultata, izrađujemo izvještaj i zatvaramo projekt. Zašto su nam projekti uopće važni? Kao i jesen lokalnoj sekciji, znači jačaju nam vidljivost i reputaciju udruge, omogućuju nam neko stabilno financiranje, potiču rast zajednice i razvijaju timsku dinamiku i utječu na dugoročan razvoj kroz umrežavanje i sklapanje partnerstava. Zašto su projekti važni sveučilištu? Jer kroz studentske projekte se zapravo promovira se ta međunarodna suradnja, poboljšava se iskustvo stranih studenata i zapravo podupiremo društvenu odgovornost sveučilišta. Zašto su važni studentima i mladima? Omogućuju nam stjecanje nekih praktičkih znanja i dobivamo neko iskustvo izvan formalnog obrazovanja, razvijamo vještine i aktivno se uključujemo u društvene procese. I nama kao volonterima su bitni jer su prilika za osobni rast, upoznavanje različitih kultura, stjecanje kompetencija i za osjećaj kao da smo doprinijeli zajednici, stvaranje prijateljstava i dobivanje iskustva. Sad, kako vaša sekcija može prijavljivati projekte? Znači, pratite aktualne natječaje i pozive lokalnih i nacionalnih institucija, znači natječaji na stranicama vašeg grada, vaše županije, sveučilišta, studentskog zbora, IRO. Dobro razraditi projekt, znači zašto ima smisla, zašto baš nama trebaju ta sredstva i što se time uopće dobiva. Moramo osigurati točnost i potpunost same prijave i pažljivo pripremiti projektnu dokumentaciju. Znači svaki projekt ima svoju prijavnicu u kojoj opisujemo projekt, navodimo ciljeve projekta, ciljana skupina koja će biti u projektu, aktivnosti koje će se provoditi u projektu, vremenski plan kojeg imamo, budžet i na kraju dokumentacija o voditelju projekta. Primjeri financiranja za našu sekciju, studentski zbor sveučilišta u Splitu, naš studentski centar, Ured za međunarodnu sveučilišnu suradnju, odnosno IRO, grad Split koji objavljuje javne pozive za udruge i Splitsko-dalmatinska županija sa svojim godišnjim i tematskim natječajima za projekte mladih. I sad primjer jedne projektne prijave korak po korak. Korak 1 koji definiranje problema i same projektne ideje. Znači moramo prepoznati je li imamo u našoj zajednici uopće neki konkretni problem ili potrebu. Ne znam kako se. Znači, na primjer, definirali smo da imamo nisku razinu ekološke osviještenosti među studentima i zatim postavljamo jasnu i izvedivu projektnu ideju. I sad, na primjer, naša projektna ideja je Green Week, to je tjedan aktivnosti vezanih za održivost. I onda krećemo koristiti idejno stablo, odnosno problem tree, kako bismo zapravo vidjeli uzroke samih problema i posljedice koje može donijeti. Ovo je to projektno stablo. Znači, glavni problem je deblo stabla, uzroci su korijenje, zašto se uopće taj problem događa, consequences. I sad, naš glavni problem u ovom primjeru je niska razina ekološke osviještenosti. Uzroci toga mogu biti nedostatak edukacije u održivosti, slaba prisutnost ekoloških tema, nedovoljna uključenost mladih i percepcija da pojedinac možda ne može ništa promijeniti. Consequences bi bile slaba uključenost mladih u ekološke politike, povećanje otpada i nezelenih navika, da mladima nedostaje motivacija i propuštene prilike za inovacije i green jobs. Kad smo sad napravili to stablo, ide korak 2, odnosno postavljamo ciljeve i neke očekivane rezultate koje želimo dobiti od projekta. Uvijek postavljamo jedan opći cilj i nekoliko specifičnih ciljeva. Na primjer, ovdje bi opći cilj bio povećanje svijesti o održivim praksama među studentima. Specifični ciljevi bi bili da želimo provesti 5 radionica, jednu akciju čišćenja i jedan edukativni kviz. I naši očekivani rezultati koje želimo postići su da imamo minimalno 100 sudionika na aktivnostima, povećanje znanja o ekologiji i naravno medijska vidljivost projekta. Korak 3, znači planiranje aktivnosti koje želimo provesti i sama njihova vremenska dinamika, koliko će koja aktivnost oduzeti vremena. Zato koristimo Ganttov dijagram gdje pišemo aktivnosti po fazama. Znači, na primjer, priprema projekta bi nam trajala 1 do 2 tjedna, sama promocija je 3. tjedan, provedba samih radionica i akcija koje smo zamislili tjedan 4-5 i na kraju projekta radimo evaluaciju i izvještaj o projektu. I svaka aktivnost mora imati svoje definirane nositelje i rokove kada će se odvijati. I sad, ovo je taj Ganttov dijagram. Znači, ovaj primjer Ganttovog dijagrama je po tjednima. Na primjer, ovaj prvi tjedan, uglavnom svaka aktivnost se boja u svoju boju, da bi vam bilo lakše razumjeti. I znači vidite ovo preklapanje, znači da se neke aktivnosti provode u isto vrijeme. Korak 4, da definiramo financijski plan i budžet. Znači moramo definirati sve troškove, na primjer materijale koji će nam biti potrebni, najam prostora ako ga imamo, samu promociju i simbolične nagrade ako ih imamo. To sve prikazujemo u tablici, znači iznos koji planiramo potrošiti, opis svake stavke, opravdanje zašto nam je to uopće potrebno i izvor iz kojeg mislimo financirati tu stavku. Na primjer, ovdje sad su na lejci ispali 50 eura za projekt, sami plakati 30, majice za volontere 100 eura, što na kraju ispada 180 eura. I sad mi taj budžet moramo prilagoditi natječaju i našim realnim mogućnostima, istraži preko interneta primjerni trošak svega, to doslovno znači googlati svaku stvar koliko bi mogla koštati ili upitati nekoga ko je upoznat sa cijenom. Ovako izgleda naš financijski plan kada prijavljujemo projekt za studentski zbor. Prvi stupac, opis samih troškova, jedinica, količina, trošak po svakoj jedinici i ukupan iznos. Iznos koji se potražuje od studentskog zbora, znači na primjer nama je ukupan iznos sad bio 180 eura, mi ćemo staviti za iznos koji se potražuje od studentskog zbora 150 i dobiveno od ostalih izvora je 30 eura. Izvor financiranja, ako imamo ostale izvore, moramo objasniti koji su nam ostali izvori. I uvijek se pokušava prikazati u financijskom planu da vi imate te ostale izvore, jer ako ljudi vide da imate ostale izvore, onda ispadate kao da ne tražite sve novce od njih i da možete biti kao da ste udruga koja može kao stajati sama za sebe, da možete stajati na svojim nogama i da ne ovisite 100% o ostalima.
Samo pojasnim sad i ostali izvori. Znači tu vam je najbolji primjer nacionalna platforma, jer imate izvor sa sveučilišta, od zbora ili slično, i onda navedite to ostale izvore. Ali tipa ako prijavljate neki novi projekt, nije vezan striktno u DSN aktivnosti, nego želite započeti neku drugu, tu ne stavljate da imate, osim ako nije neki projekt od 2000 eura, tu ne stavljate da imate financije iz ostalih izvora, nego tražite potpuno financiranje stanja novih projekta. Eto čisto različno.
I na kraju korak 5, evaluacija i održivost samog projekta. Znači kroz cijelo trajanje projekta moramo pratiti uspjeh, kroz na primjer anketu, broj sudionika koji se pojavljuje, reakcije na društvenim mrežama koje dobivamo, pripremamo završni izvještaj sa dokumentacijom i preporukama za buduće projekte. Kada se kaže sa dokumentacijom, doslovno stavljate u završni izvještaj na primjer slike sa evenata koje ste proveli, sve račune morate uvijek imati i onda se oni isto prilažu u završni izvještaj. I taj projekt koji ste jednom proveli, on može postati godišnja tradicija, ako se jako dobro proveo, može se proširiti na više fakulteta ili biti prijavljen na druge natječaje. To je to. Hvala na pozornosti.
Pitanje. Kome ništa nije jasno ruku gore. Ajde Šuc, recimo šta da tebi nije jasno.
Koliko je to teško napisati?
Za studentski zbor nije teško.
A recimo koliko vremena trošiš?
Pa,
bavio sam se do sam kadivnim. Zadnje 4 godine uglavnom imate doslovno lokalne, nacionalne, regionalne, nacionalne, internacionalne razine, po tom stupnju vam je koliko treba vremena za pisat. Znači, lokalni su najlakši za napisat, nacionalni su najteži za napisat, internacionalni tek. S time da internacionalni projekti su dosta veliki, tipa Erasmus plus projekti, koji mogu težiti, ajmo reći, 250.000 eura su, a s time da imate više partnera uključeno. Tu, ajmo reći da imate najmanje posla. Tu imate više posla na terenu, više nekakvih pisanja i izvještavanja, dok su ovi, ajmo reći, nacionalni, regionalni, lokalni projekt je nešto na što bi se vi trebali aplicirati, tu ima više on-site aktivnosti nego na linear Erasmus. Ima da imate više težest i opet, ako nešto zeznete na ovim nižim, manji vam je trošak. Ako nešto na internacionalnom projektu zeznete, to su troškovi po 30.000 eura. Jer se oni kalkuliraju po tome koliko imate ljudi na eventu, koliko je diseminirano i tako to. Ako vama ta jedna stavka ne odgovara, vi gubite tu ekstremnu količinu novca, a event ste već proveli u otočku, znači te pare neće dobiti. Mislim, Vanja je tu dosta upućenija, ali baš model, pa ne znam sve želi, tu prokomentiraš.
Imam još jedno pitanje, znači, tipa kad tražiš financiranje, da li ti pišeš projekt jer si našao financiranje ili napišeš projekt pa onda dobiješ financiranje? To me uvijek zanimalo projekt. Ti nađeš...
Evo, znači to je vazdavno jer ja sad imam neku super fora, top ideju i sad će me neko da pare za kreće. Znači to funkcionira na način, sad, konkretno govorim, grad u kojoj živite izbaci natječaj za udruge. Sad, to može biti za sportska događanja, zaštita okoliša, demokratizacija i slično. I vi normalno gledate što je vama po registru, u što ste upisane, u koji oblik djelatnosti i potom i što možete izvesti. Normalno ako se ne bavite kontinuirano sportskim aktivnostima, vi se nećete prijavljivati na sportske projekte, logično. Znači vi ćete tući ISN što je najuspješnije gdje može proći ta demokratizacija, youth participation i to sve i zeleno. Dobro. This is a higher education, baš da nema informaciju do projekata, tako da ima jedan. Da, rad s osjetljivim skupinama je slično. To možete. E sad, ta neka ili, što kažem, tijelo izbaci sad taj neki natječaj, s time da morate pratiti. Neće vama doći sad grad, Zagreb, Split, Zubreve. Slušali ste super, mi smo to otvorili, evo prijavite se, kako ćete proći. Ne, morate sami. Znači, morate gledati...
Možda primjer gdje je pratiš?
Na stranicama od tih upravnih tijela. Znam za Dubrovnik da neka izbaci u 12. nekad u 1. mjesecu.
Kod nas je po primici u 4.
Znači, morate pratiti i onda svake godine znaš da minute oko toga mjeseca otvaraju. Sad, otvorio se taj natječaj, što ćete prvo napraviti? Vi ćete otvoriti taj cijeli natječaj, prvo ćete pogledati jer se vi kao udruga uopće možete prijaviti. Jer ispunjavate sve te kriterije za prijavu. Ako ne ispunjavate, ništa da tada. Nećete sad to ono što ću mi to probati, možda proće, neće. Doslovno neće. Da. Znači tu dolazi hrvatska papirologija, ono baš jedan na jedan. Znači sve što piše na papiru, vi to tako morate napraviti ispoštovano. Nema tu onega sad, će to tako ovako ne možete prolazi. Sad ste vi to pročitali, prolazite, ok, možemo se prijaviti, što ste? Znači, ajmo reći da je za youth participation neki projekt. Mislim, malo teže u Hrvatskoj za način, ali ajmo reći da je sad, što ćete napraviti? Pročitat ćete opis što se od vas očekiva po stavkama. I sad vi pročitate, aha, dobro, treba napraviti to, rezultati treba biti takvi. Sad, prvo što ja radim kada uzmem taj projekt je smislim aktivnosti. Meni inače treba za te aktivnosti smisliti doslovno 7,5 minuta za godinu dana. Jer se bavim s time zadnje 4 godine, to vam sve ide po šabloni. I ako ste uposleni tako, onda vam je to doslovno ovo mi najlakše za napravi, hoće mi napravi rezultat, morate poznavati terena koje radite, ja radim u Dubrovniku, mladi nisu uopće zainteresirani, ne malo uopće zainteresirani, sve što treba sve sebi. Tako je kako je. Veći gradovi kao što su Split i Zagreb, mislim da imaju više širine aktivnosti koje mogu raditi, koje mogu zainteresirati sudionika.
I da prekidam, također, dobro pročitajte jer neke stvari već radite. Samo mi to drugačije zovemo.
Tako je.
Tako da, work smart, not hard.
Sad tu, evo, doću do tega, jesmo mi na online.
Ne znamo, ja nismo online.
Da.
Aha, ok.
Možemo ne biti online isto tako.
Ajde, glas.
Pa nije samo to.
Gašeno.
Samo ljude, tako.
Znači, sad, dobro, vijeće da Da, jer što vam hoću reći? Znači, pregledi, je povezana s drugom institucijom i dolazite od te glavne institucije koja vam treba. Znaju kod vas Eures. Eures. Uglavnom, Eurodes je platforma koja je skup NGO-ova, kako što je NGO? NMO, kako se to NMO. Uglavnom, Eurodes je organizacija koje su u Hrvatskoj podane EU, a mi u Europi. I sad, organizacije koje godišnje promoviraju Discovery EU, EU-RAIL, imaju, zaboravim se kako se točno zove, ubičeni sad koji gledali za uključuju. To je konkretno event u 450 mjeseca. To rade studije, to promoviraju. Oni se fokusiraju na mlade do 30 godina i aktivnosti prema se mladih rataru i kao građani Europske unije. Jedna od tih stvari koja im je najbitnija za promociju Discovery EU, nažalost niko od vas ja mislim tu ne može koristiti Discovery EU, to su uglavnom besplatne train tickets za cijelu Europu plus ostali sadržaj. Može svakom osoba da nešto jedna koristi. Među ostalim promovira ostale stvari koje mladi mogu koristiti, kojima se mladi koriste u Europskoj uniji, ima ih sad to. Ja to non stop stupim, ljudi vam dave besplatne pare osnovno, da idete nešto da radite, da radite nešto, edukacija, putovanja, svega ostalo, povezivanja. Znači mora se ljudi malo staviti i malo počačkati. E sad, to su nevladne organizacije, malo pogledajte kakve mi event imaju, kakve su to organizacije. Vi opet tu ste u kontaktu, stavite na Instagram, mi smo bili u sudjelu na jednom eventu koji organizira tour. Tu organizaciju prati AMPEU, vidi da radite s njim organizacijama. Druga stvar koja vam je dobra, to je organizacija koja je Eurodesko. Te organizacije se većinom pravi projektima na regionalnom, nacionalnom i internacionalnom razini. Vi sad vas ako krenete s njima surađivati, možete ući u partnerstva, što vama uvijek koristi. Znači tako, ta networking koji se nosto spominje, ja ne znam kako vi ta networking vizualizirate sebi u glavi, to nije LinkedIn connection, nego vi morate ići tamo i actually s kojom namjerom koga idete nešto pitati.
I svi oni su bili na IGM-u, recimo?
Da.
Oni su svoj eksporteri i držali su session.
Tipa, evo kako ja radim networking na IGM-u konkretno.
Možda je ekspert u tom.
Znači, ja imam svoju informator tekicu, što bi ja svoju potegu tekicu iz Hrvatske nema šanse. Ja imam tu tekicu, jednu tekicu, uz nekoga štanda i ja mu, dobar dan, ja sam iz ISN-a Hrvatske, čime se vi bavite? I oni meni sad reču, onda moje drugo pitanje, kako vam se sviđa IGM? Super. Što bi moglo bolje? Dobro. Jer imate neki korak. Ok, bi li vas zanimalo, sad kako stavam, kao se vidi sam bio communication manager, ja sam njima spomenuo DC, EGA, nacionalne platforme, znači sve što radimo, nacionalni trening, i što od vas to interesira. Vi ne bi možda, ok, praćite e-mail, možda broj telefona, ok, ja ću se vam javiti. Onda drugi štant koji je doslovno metar od tega, dobar dan, čime se vi bavite, što radite. Ja sam radite i možemo li se još sa kamera, možemo se slikati, malo okače na Instagram, znači nema to neka ono što tiče super, hvala neki promo materijal, hvala, ne poznali se, ne, to tako ne funkcionira. Idete sa svojom tekicom i tražite informacije.
Kažeš, spomeneš čim se bavimo, koje rekli si ne i ti šta reći, bi li vas zanimalo što točno i s kojom namjerom to pitaš?
E sad, konkretno, znači u Srbiji, Bukureštu se stvarno ne mogu sjetiti koji je sve bio, nemam pojma. Ali u Bukureštu, na primjer, isto bio njihov komisija ili parlament, neko od tega je bio tamo, ja sam zapravo njih pošao pita što radi, kako te što ja znam, možda bude vrijedile da znam. Znači ja sam to teketu iz Bukurešta izgubio, hvala Bogu, ali ono, bitno se prezentirate, vidi eventualno možda se otvori neka mogućnost suradnje. Iako mislite da nema ništa, mislim ja sam se vidi pričao s nekim brodostrojarima iz Španjolske, rade brodove, kako je to relevantno? Ja sam kod to govorio da nije relevantno, kod tamo pa reći od Kejsu. Eventualno follow na Instagram, hvala, čak se rade na brodostrojarima neki.
Nikad ne znaš, zato bi ipak prvo pitati čime se vi bavite i onda spajaš postaviti.
Sad imamo ovako, ko je još bio? Bio je konkretno taj Erasmus Play koji ste vidjeli jučer na izvještaju. Sad, čime se vi radite? Erasmus je javljaju do početku. Ono, ok, Erasmus je u imenu, čime se vi točno bavite, jeste vi skupa sa Erasmus, sa ESM Internationalizmu, ok, ajde. Točno zašto je Erasmus, bla, bla, bla. Meni sad to objašnjava, meni sad to nije bilo do kraja jasno, bolje dobro je to neki Airbnb samo za Erasmus, ne, tu su i lokalni eventove. Aha, tu su lokalni eventove. Koga lokalne eventove zanimaju sve i smještaj u određenom gradu? Koga to zanima? A gdje dolazite Erasmusu? I ko njima radi eventove? Sad razumijete kako. Dajte mi neku kompaniju, ne? Spomnite kompaniju. Erste super, ok, Erste. Kako ćemo, ok, vidjeli ste sad, dobro, za ovo treba mi pripremiti, ajde, Erste malo pričam, ali ja tu pripremam samo jer sad to već radim za Erste, doslovno, sam išao na to. Znači, ok, sad se na nekakvom kongresu u prezentaciji Erste banka, ok. Erste banka ima dobro svoje banka, tu eventualno možemo uzeti neko sponsorstvo. Eventualno promaterijale ili sponsorstvo. Sad kako ćemo? Onda poredite na Google, Erste banka Hrvatska. Svaki hamburger, pod tab otvorite i tražite sve informacije čime se oni bave. Aha, vidi, oni imaju nešto za mlade. Idemo za odredno pročitati. I to nešto snimaju mlade, bilo nešto pismeno, bla, bla, ali dobro, vi imate informaciju sad kako se to zovete i vi počnete. Dobar dan, ja sam taj i taj. Da, vidio sam Erste banka, vi imate ono za mlade, bla, 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 i nas ima u sekciji toliko i toliko, pa imamo i tajnika. Nama bi bilo super kad bi neko od vas nama došao održati neku prezentaciju, ako vi to radite, vidio sam da u tom programu imate i toga, on nama dođe održati prezentaciju, njima je to ovako, jer to njima ide na papir da se održati prezentaciju, to se dogodi imate ono mogu reći 2 puta. I sad, vi imate NE, ili bilo koji drugi događaj. Tijete iz Erste banke, kako ste, slušajte, mi imamo to i to, bili vas bi zanimalo da mi vas stavimo u partnera iz Podrebe i možete to raditi kako se to. Znate što možete dobiti? Ne. Ok, prvi put. Uvijek to može biti da, ali vi ste dobili 2 besplatne edukacije za članove, što se tiče financijske pismenosti, koja je jako bitna, i dobili ste promaterijale. Koje opet košta nešto, koje opet možete koristiti za nagrade Erasmusima, za stavi na Instagram se radi, ili Erste banku, opet velika stvar. Uzmite, znači samo morate popati tamo, tražiti gdje se uklapate. I na mjestima gdje mislite da se ne uklapate, vi stvorite način da se to uklapate. Je li veliko nešto jasno šta sad tu gledate? Evo, mislim, čisti primjer toga vam mislim, a drink more water party, kako je to nastalo? Mladi što rade? Piju. Kako ćemo da manje piju? Amo i da vode dok piju. Odlično. Europska inicijativa.
Ali to sve to je preradikat, jedna od najvećih firma za alkohol. I oni su drink responsible party, kampanja između preradikata i ESN-a. Znači to smo mi skupa spomenuli. A oni se tako bore zašto društvena osviještenost, jer im svijet sebe da samo alkohol. I onda su oni to smislili znali.
Čisti primjer. Ajde, spojite party, manufakturu pića sa odgovornim pijenjem. Doslovno bilo ono daj vode, popite ja, i odčave, majce. A jes, mislim. Znači, samo morate naći neki način kako to osvijesti. I sad se opet vraćam na te projekte, morate pročitati neke stvari. To nisu biblioteke. Meni je problem pročitati članak u novinama, još ako ima sliku, mislim da ću pročitati. Znači, doslovno ono napisano da ako imate short attention span, znači doslovno to 5 reda, pa pročitate, spontate o čemu se radi. Znači, sve te stvari jako naklade zbuga, doslovno govorim. I u partnership Erasmus NGO. Izbalaci 50 stranica, doslovno, kako možete vidjeti na tako imate nešto. Ali nije teško, nemoguće. Ako znate imate ono, nešto jako lako.
A mogu ti čuo?
Baš lako. Baci narod u komisiju parlament ili eventualno na PU, na kojima ćete to teško naći. Znači morate samo to poguglat. Nećete skoro nikad pošli na drugu stranicu na Google, možete se sve baviti.
Kad si gotov.
Evo i to.
Ovo je zadnji primjer international granta koji možete dobiti European Youth Foundation i Foundation Council of Europe. Oni imaju četiri vrste grantova. Pilot activity je nešto za što se mogu naše lokalne sekcije prijaviti, tako da toplo poručam da pročitate. Imamo primjere u ISN-u lokalnih sekcija koje su se prijavljivale i grant je 15.000 eura. A recimo kako mi financiramo starter, druga vrsta od EYF-a je work plan. Preko work plana imamo tri velike aktivnosti, jedna je starter, druga je trening za local level volunteers, a treća je multiplier, local faces. Ne znam što ikad vidite local faces imamo. To su mikrograntovi gdje mi zapravo iz tih para koje dobijemo dajemo sad pare vama. Da na temu nečega organizirate aktivnosti. Znači čak ne morate napisati grant, nego samo ISN International napišete, a mi ćemo napisati na projektu aktivnost, ovo su troškovi, molim vas da ih napravite.
Ja sam rekao džabe pare, znači oni vam se javljaju, a ja se konkretno javljaju, evo džabe pare, samo napraviti tu.
A pogotovo što sam ja još gore. Znači, evo, ne znam što ne kažem. Kako?
Doslovno, jedino izliku koji imate ljepiste. Sad ste malo više informirani, sad znate drugi put, ako vam bude pričao, znate što je.
I nije puno teksta.
Doslovno, jer vidite koliko će teksta ima za 15.000 eura.
Doslovno.
Halo, Vedla, pravi, vidi datuma, ajde, tehnice, pišite.
To je to, neću više tužiti jer mislim da moramo...
Da, se nešto naučiti. Što ćemo brzinski, ne smijete se ponavljati. Od kraja, dvije stvari koje ste naučili danas Miro bolje. Ajde. Ajde, ne znam ti krenja, dvije stvari, bilo koje. Brzinska viš, gdje to sad je danas naučiti na ovoj prezentaciji? Tijekom ovoj prezentaciji.
Pisanje projekata, networkiranje kroz bilo koje kompanije.
Ok, onda je.
Na koji način možemo se povezati sa nekim kompanijama, kako gledati poveznice glede našeg rada i drugih i koje stranice imamo koje možemo gledati?
Da, to je osnovni network i da razmislite koji sekcija ima aktivnosti.
Thinking outside the box, razmišljanje tih partnerstava i značajne informacije.
Bilježnica i razvojna projekta.
Bravo.
Povezano s Europskog parlamenta s ISN-om. Podeliti cilja, projekta, pazite, AMTEU. Predstavljanje samo sebe i online.
Trebamo je pričati.
Kako bi zapravo ovo stvara
Drugi red.
Koliko zapravo imamo prilika za to, samo trebamo izdvojiti malo vremena. Treba biti kulturan i družna prilike. Da treba čitati uvjete natječaja, što vam baš je to da prijavljivali i ako treba puno 15 eura, a uvjeti natječaja su da daju za budžete i projekte do 60 eura, napisane su natječaj i
Malo teksta za 15
Tibor ništa nije jasno, to je ajde.
iskoristit što više moguće resursa, sponzora i nekako sve treba aktivirati i
Aha, we say 15. So it's actually okay. Okay, I see. I see. Break time. It's music. Oh wait. Just it. You want to play something?
Shout.
Return to seat, please. We need to finish this today.
Mislim da taj nije elektroničan.
Can I get a mic? I cannot scream. Okay, people. So, as we're approaching the end of the day, we're gonna have a more chill, relaxed sessions. So now we have an hour for so-called community meetings. So basically, how we implement community meetings on national level is that so like each position holder has like a monthly online meetings with their respective position holders on local level. So like national president with local president, and you get the drill. So the plan is here to also assemble these communities, but for this community meeting we won't have like this strict distinction, meaning that if you're not part of any community, you can go to whichever community you would like. But also, if you are part of one community and you would like to learn more about the other community, you might plan to like discover a position of that kind, so on and so forth, you can go to that community. I would also suggest that it's also okay that if you want to switch community meetings on the spot during this hour, so you can explore different communities. And the way how this is going to work is that Marta is going to lead the president's community. So if you want to know more about this, you follow her. I'm gonna be doing the VP/HR community. Then we have Anna Batinic for everything related to treasury, financials, ESN card. We have Luka Schultz for IT. And then since we don't have a representative for, and Maida is for event. And maybe Kaifo, you can also join since, okay. But since we don't have a representative of communications field, my proposal is if you want to assemble community of your own, but like, so to meet, you can do it. But I need your answer now. So like, amazing. So we will have the community for communication community as well. Okay, so basically from now till 1952 we will go our separate ways. Yes, so we will be spread throughout this area. You can text in the group if you want to find a certain community. So just for now, follow the people that I told you about. Everything clear?
potencijalno ako bude se
Yeah, I guess. Yeah, here is 3, 1, 7, 2, 4, 5. Yeah, it ends up. Yeah.
ali većinom ti veće sekcije koje imaju više od 50-60 na sve evente, kako bi imali još
To je bio cijeli taj
recimo da je osjećno petaka karta,
prvom tjednu prvog mjeseca.
Da smo imali
7. mjeseca.
Moramo je bilo
Pa da, sve te
Pa u današnje vrijeme, pitat ću. Zato što je to jedna od onih stvari koja je ulagana akademika, ali ima puno tih keywordova koji jednostavno treba istraživati i ne postoji kao generalna kuharica kako bi to trebalo biti napravljeno, dok ovisi u projektu za projekte. Ja sam ovaj javno production dobio zato što sam pitat će biti
i ako treba nešto tražiti, ovako nacionalni plan koji izgleda isto po planu da se otvori.
Još drugo pitanje, ti da si to
Njime bi to i bio što je glasno, što je originalno planirano, čitano prijedlog i objašnjenje, a u samom financijskom planu, pa ovo je za financijski izvještaj, recimo, i financijski plan za prvi mjesec.
Tako da, ali sad...
Da li opisi, šta je točno što?
Ili za borci to je. Osim misliš u sredstvima? Ma ne znam, ja ono što bi ja htjela, trebaš ćemo držati cijeli LDKT. I mi smo i sad ti govorimo o smjeću. Ogromna informacija za sve. Ono što su rekli...
Zašto da je cijeli stavljač te neke stvari? Zato što kasnije... U nekim mogućnostima naiđe da je nekakav problem, želite možda želite prikazati s te knjige jedan razrazili, stvarno je puno lakše u pičevima
i onda nova nacionalna zato što sve informacije ali plan za kao šta bi se sam desilo ja se budala kaj na prezentaciji ponovljenja kao na
I otvoriti se točno u
idealno kad bi on
Što se tiče jesena, znaš za to znači, imamo još ulogu predsjednika kao jesena menadžera. Nemamo smo pitao već Ivan. Mogu se da već pokazuje kliku za to. Pregovore. Ako ne znaš koji svi jezik, ne znaš što znači da je SND, ne možeš pitati nekoga znači, Ako
Ispada ko da idu i one, mi se svi još reći i onda
when you are leaving, the most important thing is to turn the laptop off, and to turn the projector off. Yes, you did that yesterday. But also, come here. Also, it's very important, like, to turn this off also, because on this one cable, all of the sound system and everything is connected. And if you turn on too low, it can like burn out. Okay, so after you're done, and most likely won't be here because I'm serving dinner, just try to turn it off. Yeah. Okay. So just you turn computer, projector, and just then this off because this and this is turning on automatically.
Thank you. Thank you for reminding me.
Before I forgot.
Yeah, no worries.
Ali opet onak, ljudi će biti snađeni ako uspiju naći neki dosta je pravo. No dobro, molim se sve.
Da, moj koncern je mislim, ja to više što govorim. Imam 3 projekta, onako naravno, ne samo da ja imam srećen vremena za svaki projekt, nego još gubim zbog neefikasnosti.
Da, imaš kontekst sviđenja.
Da, i onda sam zapravo 5 puta sporiji za svaki projekt, nego da sam samo.
Da, nekad se rekla,
a svi vremena i da mislim da nisam toliko dao.
I onda kasnije to
Mislim, a da ja treba zanimati.
Ali ona je ono, užasno, sada nije GM lista, ali ne znam, ti moraš neki stav. Ja sam je rekla, ako neko glasa za tebe, onda, kako god to glasa za tebe, makar za papir, neko će ovo, makar za potpis, ne bi, neko je tamo stao i rekao da ja biram tebe. Znači da vjerujem svoje politike, moć, svoju cijelu neko napravi.
Anyways, aha, ti si dalje na to. Smisliš šta ličiš?
A kao, ja ne znam kako.
Kako dugo imamo za jesen korišćenje?
Njima treba objaviti baš ništa.
Ovo je naše.
Ne? A, pardon.
Mislim, kako je došlo do si? Zato što neki epilog
Vamo u 10. mjesecu to.
Znači, kada sam 10 različitih teme
trebalo je godinu dana još.
Kao? A to je isto.
Ne samo to, nego ona
A da, mislim.
kako bi organizirati?
Vidiš da jedna da su ljudi prezentacije, a sada što došli još da je
Ja mislim da ona nekako priča o tim većim stvarima i ja sam je rekao kao, ti moraš prvo intervju, znači prvo je gledaš što stvarno radi, u intervju, tek kasnije možeš da se
ne možeš ti sve da
Ja sam popričao
Ne možemo mi raditi različite sve.
Ne znam, baš pitanje traju,
To može sam glas.
Kužiš, da, mislim da moram da ne ražem čista ne to što gleda neke ali ne smiješ konzirati jer ćeš upiti što biti na kojem
to sam htio reći. Mi u institutu koji jesam na Zagrebu imamo definiran cijeli proces iniciranja člana. Znači, ako neko napravi prekršaj, ako se prijavljen lokalni odbor stvara neki administracijski odbor. To su poseban sud koji analizira sve činjenice o tog slučaja i onda oni odlučuju da li ima grounds za izbaciti nekog ili ne. Da, ne može ga izbaciti samo zato što ti predsjednik. Postoji ne možeš izbaciti. LinkedIn post, one guy got employed in
Koji najbolji način da opportunities?
he started as a support, IT support, just answering emails, right? And yes, 15 years later, he is the CEO of
Because you can see like all the biggest CEOs are all college dropouts. So do I drop out of college?
Why didn't you already?
Yeah, okay, but I'm doing drop out of college. It's just that, yeah, the circumstances.
Yes, and also just like the same thing you can apply to Bitcoin, like, oh look at this guy, he got $1 gazillion. Yeah, all of the other ones just lost.
Ivana je objavila u Splitu.
So yeah,
Ivana u Splitu je objavila.
but it is possible if you have the grit, to try. But it's much easier. You have highly ne cijene nego intelektualno znanstvene poslove puno bolje ima dok što uglavnom svi
Osobno na faks posao
ne možete samo tako zamijeniti. Puno možete spore sljedeće niz. Pitanje je da li uspije naći svoje posao da iskoristiti sa njih na tako radno vremena.
Ne, spremno na grupu. Ali sljednice, kad trebamo poslati nešto za sekciju, kad treba nešto dobijemo nešto, imamo drugu razliku. Jer onda isto poruke se čupaju.
Ima taj koncept koji se zove reference. I doslovno ono kao kak svi iza glagol red race, zato što svi smo jako nismo obrazovani i samo nas skidaju dovoljno sa tim parama da ostanemo unutra i nikad ne znamo toga para, što živimo u tom nekom komfortu. Dovoljno da preživiš, nikad da se događa.
Može na super klas.
Ne, i onda sam bila kao za one najaktivnije sam poslala, ne one koje su jedan put došli, pa onda to su se moždavali, meni koje da sam
Pa imamo još opcije na
ali pomoć.
A ima ljudi koji da te šta možeš
I mean, they announced it, and now everyone's gone, so I guess not. But yeah, this is not well. They already wrote it for the stand Yeah, you can, I guess. I mean, we're ending early. that's technically change of agenda, but like, oh well. Okay, we're done then. Oh my god. That has sound? Okay. Which switch? The bottom. Okay, okay. Then, okay.
Okay, the agenda is over. You're free to go.